up here. Start preparing your questions. It's not just questions for ourselves. I've got some questions for them, but I'd like. Could we change the slide set, please? And could I ask all the panelists to join me up on stage, please? Yes, we had one more Sinisa. First of all, I'd like to welcome the panel here. It's an exceptional panel we have here, okay? As you notice from the signs, we got Graciano Ponzo here from Ericsson. From Ericsson, covering at least, I think, the platform side, but we're here. What we'll do, just to enlighten you the structure of this, I will, after a very brief introduction by myself of all the panelists, I will ask each panelist in turn to do a presentation, 3 to 5 minutes. I've warned them as well, if it's over 5 minutes, I'm going to throw them off the stage, so you can help me with that, okay? Because I do want to get to the questions. But, and then after each of them have given a 3 to 5 minute presentation, we'll get into the questions, hopefully questions from myself, from yourselves, and of course get a discussion going. But I think without further ado, Graciano Ponzo, Philip Krief here, we've got Sinisa Perovic, who we had yesterday as well, we've got Thomas Kanzler, we've got Tim Magar, and we've got Vladan Nesic. So just join me in a round of applause for welcoming the panel here this morning. The questions, just to set the scene here, the questions we will be addressing will be, I mean, you see these questions later on, but they'll be addressing everything from, well, if we've got so many platforms, how do we decide between them? What is the national nature that's changed? What's changed? Why do we suddenly have 360 platforms? What's the difference between last year and this year in the platforms? What other technologies are there? Whole raft of different questions will be coming up and so on. But I think without further ado, I'd like to give the stage to Graciano to start the ball rolling. Here you are, Graciano.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Let me start my presentation saying that I'm very happy to be in Belgrade. I had the opportunity to be here, working here some years ago. And it's always a real pleasure for me to come back because I feel this is my second home country. So, some words about myself. My name is Graciano Ponzo. My job title is Senior Consulting. My current position is Engagement Manager in Regional Mediterranean of Ericsson. The engagement practice is basically the pre-sales organization we have in each region. And I'm also technically responsible for the service enablement and IoT business lab we have. What it is about, you will see it in the next slides. Area of expertise, it's service enablement and Internet of Things. Regarding my career at Ericsson, you see, I will be probably testing our elderly management system at Ericsson because it's 23 years that I'm at Ericsson. I've covered several different jobs. Now I'm a consultant, but I was also system architect, project leader. I was field support office here in Belgrade, field support office manager, and then technical trainer at the start of my career. So, digital transformation. We believe that IoT is basically another example of the digital transformation journey of the industry and of the world. So as you see, these are the drivers of the digital transformation. You see on the left, customer experience, big data analytics, services, transformation, ecosystems, technology evolution. These are digital transformation drivers in all the areas, not only in IoT, but IoT, Internet of Things, is one of the ecosystems that should be built and should exist to sustain and drive this transformation. So we at Ericsson, we make business and we approach customer talking about digital transformation and solving the issues of digital transformation and the opportunities. We believe that IoT is one very good example of it. Pervasive IoT. Digital transformation means also digital representation of the reality. So you see there are different places people and objects. You see, every single information we get are digital representation of our reality. And this is what Internet of Things should manage, all this complexity, should manage all this digital representation of the reality. So one key point is the time to market. For IoT, it's even more important. How fast can you be? This is the typical process of the digital transformation. The best approach is the fast-fail approach, where you have to test if something is working, make proof of concept, industrialize, and build innovation cycle. How fast can you be? Some numbers. It took 100 years to connect 1 billion places. Then it took 25 years to connect 5 billion devices. Now we have to connect 25 or 50 billion devices. So how fast can you be? Probably it will take much less time than 25, maybe less than 5. So in order to have this fast-fail approach and to approach the time to market, there are several different things that have to be managed. That is basically manage the device life cycle, the application, the partners that you have to put on board to all this journey. Security, go-to-market plan, horizontal capability, the operation, field services. All these are true for all the digital transformation. There are a wide range of requirements for the industry on IoT that you have also to approach, that goes from massive machine type communication, where you have low cost, low energy, small data volume, and massive numbers. And then you have critical machine type communication, where maybe the numbers are not so huge, but you need ultra reliable networks, very low latency. So this is a real requirement that we are getting. In order to answer that, cellular IoT, it's improving, also towards the 5G. You see, we have to manage a massive number of connections. There are a diversity of use cases, and for device, you have to deal with cost, battery life, and coverage. Fortunately, the technology is helping very much on that. So, I think, Emily, you will be happy that we have used one of your slides. I didn't put this on purpose. I used this slide to make engagement and to try to describe to my customer and to ask, where are you in this journey? So the journey starts from the Internet of Things, so things that are not even connected, machine to machine. Subnet of Things, that is the evolution. But then the real evolution is the Internet of Things, where all the data coming from the subnets will be managed, centralized, and can seamlessly share data. For that, we need to accelerate that. And in order to accelerate, Ericsson launched a few months ago at Hannover Messe the IoT Accelerator. I will not bother you about platform details because, as also McKinney Research said, IoT platform is an hygiene factor. There are also many other things that you have to manage, process, partners, enterprise systems. So we have an IoT as a service platform with a lot of interesting features, but most important, we build a marketplace. The marketplace is where and will be launched commercially in Q3 this year. The IoT marketplace is a place where application providers, sensor device manufacturer, and the data providers, because also the data sources are key factor of the IoT, will meet and we make business with the help of our platform, with also the help of additional platforms coming from the market. And we will also offer our Ericsson professional services. So it's an IoT global scale with local competence. This is the way we work. It's a long tail, platform as a service. You have the idea, you want to use our solution, our platform, use it as you wish. Collaborative DevOps, you need some help. Okay, let's sit side by side, discuss together. We give our help to create the solution. Industrialized IoT is the so-called turnkey solution. The customer has a request, and then we approach the end-to-end. Everything with the same solution. So, in order to speed up all things and proof of concept, I was directly managing this business lab build-up. It's one of the business lab of the IoT accelerator. This is in Rome. And basically is the possibility for the customer to use a lab that is in our region. It will be launched shortly, publicly. For the moment, we have an email address and a website that it is possible, when it's possible, to make query and contact us. We have already done many things with our business lab, just two of them as an example. One for the city of Gothenburg. In Sweden, we put together a lot of sensors and information coming from an electrical bus without driver, going all around the city of Gothenburg. Plenty of partners, and then we made a challenge over public internet. Use all this data and build your interesting application in order to make this the usage of this bus easier for the end user. And this was lasting for a few months. A lot of interesting ideas. The last one, it was the Internet of Food hackathon we made at the Expo in Milano. It was last year in October. Here it was a very interesting case where we used our solution in order to make this hackathon. The main challenge was to rationalize the food production and supply chain together with the recycling of this food. So we were partnering with the Telecom Italia Foundry, Coop, that is one of the main food distributors in Italy. And so the challenge was, you have two feeds, you have one feed coming from the distribution, redundant food coming that I have to throw out, and the other is a request from charity programs. So take these two feeds, make your application, and try to optimize all this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Philippe. Pass the baton.
Thank you. Good morning. So, I will not come back again to what I said yesterday, so because I recognize some faces in the crowd. So, but I will go on some summary that Emil asked me to do. So my background and my position today. So I'm director for relation with research. It's brand new position in Eclipse. Because we realize that research takes more and more place with developers, with industries, and actually industries pushed us to adopt this position with research, pulling us to join the European projects. So I have general background in object-oriented design and worked for 18 years for IBM in different spaces, including agile development, and so on. And today, I'm involved also in a research project named Agile IoT that you can see outside on one of the booths outside. I'm talking about this working group because it's a very interesting working group. We have lots of industries who are involved that have been created by industries, not by only developers. So Bosch, IBM, Sierra Wireless created this working group. Today, we have lots of people involved. It's growing. And obviously it's growing because of the trend of the IoT these days. So I really welcome you to see what kind of projects we are running and in which stages they are. They are pretty well known and used. Here is the current ecosystem, which is also growing regularly. So you will be more than welcome to join this list if you see any valuable project to use in your own solutions. Here's the project I'm working on. We have 3 European projects where we are involved. One of this one is Agile, and so it mainly concentrated on the gateway by itself. 17 partners. As you know, it's a H2020 project, so we have academics as well as industries. And Eclipse on this project is involved in building the community from the beginning and not at the end, building a sustainable community for the end of the project to be able, when we reach the end of these 3 years, to not have a project we will survive between few partners, but really a project we will be able to live after the project with other industries, researchers maybe, who will be able to support this project and support the idea behind this project for the next years. In terms of trend, in terms of tenants, I don't, as you saw my background, I don't have the arrogance to think that I can provide you any advice, but I definitely is the only one that I can provide you if you want to see how people who are developing IoT are thinking these days. I invite you to download this survey, and you will see what are their choice today and what they decide to use. So I think, yeah, I have mainly one of the important aspects that they are using open source in their development and open hardware. And last but not least, we have a conference next week, so you are very welcome to join us and to see what we're doing in this ecosystem. Thank you.
It was my fault, because I did ask both Philippe and Sinisa to join. I know they did presentations yesterday and so on, but I thought their contribution to the panel here would have been absolutely great. So thanks, Philippe, again, for doing the summary. Sinisa, do you have any quick words?
For you that have been here yesterday, I will not repeat everything, but just a short introduction from my side. My name is Sinisa Perovic. I'm working in Microsoft as a technology evangelist for the last 6 years, I think. Overall in Microsoft for 8.5, 9, something like that. In the industry, about 15. Mostly working with students, with startups, with ISVs, independent software vendors, on new technologies and how that technology actually will and can change the things that they do in every day in business, and even create some new things that our industry is not aware of yet. So my highlight of the yesterday, let's say, was the students in front that was showing me that IoT powered actually and being an enabler for complete microgrid solution behind the meter. So it's kind of thing that makes me think how this IoT, even in that utility space, will disrupt things ahead of us. So that's everything.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Sinisa. Probably just a round of applause. I'm sure we have more questions for Sinisa as well and Philippe during the panel. Thomas?
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Yes, I'm connected. So, how are you? I mean, you know, we are in Belgrade. It's early. A lot of people here already. What happened yesterday? I mean, I don't understand it. So, my big respect. Thank you very much that you're here. I'm representing Tele2 IoT, the Central Eastern Europe region. So, my name is Thomas. So, I'm living in, let's say, in the car and in the plane and at customer premises. IoT is a business you cannot do from 9 to 5. You need to do it always, you know. Either you leave it with passion or not. It's very, very important. So this is our main job, to support our partners, to support our customers, to get their things done and get their business started. And so let's get to work, I would say. So I will not be thrown from the stage because I got another incentive. When I'm below 5 minutes, I get a free drink in the evening. So, you know, it's all about motivation, punishment, you know. So, who knows Tele2 here? Oh, a lot. Guys from Sweden, Netherlands, Austria, Croatia, Kazakhstan. We're actually a Swedish company, but we're a lot more, as you can see. We're part of the powerful Kinnevik group. The Swedish guy, they know it. It's an entrepreneurial investing group, you know. So in all of us, there is this entrepreneur spirit. Also, a lot of our employees and also of myself, I'm running my own companies since 2009. I'm very happy to support startups day and night. This is all about. And we're a very powerful group. So you might know some companies, Zalando. Who knows Zalando here? You buy some shoes and stuff from there. And also Rocket Internet. So a very powerful group, very proud of this. So Tele2, so we are actually not here in Serbia so far. So our focus is on 9 footprint countries with whole solutions, business solution, residential solutions. And some of them say, oh, I know you from these funny movies and spots from the TV, you're so funny. Yes, but we are much more. You can see here, we are acting in 9 countries, but it's new now that there is a 10th one, like I know, Microsoft Black Belt, you know, it sounds so amazing, I love this. But we call it the Tele2 IoT global solution. And our responsibility is to do rollouts in, I don't know, Adela, 50, 100 countries. We are a global IoT operator. And as you can see here, very, very simple. We do it with best coverage. This is what our core focus is. This is how we do IoT. So very, very simple. You can see, I mean, this is a high-level overview what you need to do an IoT business or to create an IoT ecosystem. You have modules, you have sensors, you have hardware, you have thousands of platforms, you have everything. You have hackathons. Every day there are new solutions. That's amazing and that's great. But we operate very, very simple. I mean, we are concentrating on the connectivity, the best connectivity and connectivity closed service. That's what we can do best, you know. So from strategic perspective, we decided not to destroy the ecosystem. Yeah? So, I mean, it looks, let's say, it looks good maybe to say, okay, only connectivity and closed services and platform and so on. But most of the operators are starting now to launching the whole ecosystem, you know, to get more revenue out of it. We have only a small piece of the cake, you know. But what would happen if we launch the whole ecosystem? Then happens in other countries, and we will compete with all our partners, with you, with the hackathon guys, with the new startups and everything. So clear strategy, we do what we can do best, and this globally. So very simple, of course, all access technology. We're starting to launch LoRa, and we have a 4G, 3G coverage, all these kind of things, and module management. You know all these things what an operator can do. But this is important. I mean, you see only some of the partners we are working with. But you stressed it a lot, yeah? Partner, partner, partner. But here it's even more important, because if our partners are not successful, then we are not successful. But it's even worse, so that our job and our partner's job, it does not matter if you're a startup or a big tanker company. So our job is to make the end customer, the enterprise customer, successful, to help them transforming their business. And I did not hear it. Sorry, interrupt me, please. So we're talking about a lot of technology and all that stuff. But I did not hear yesterday, and not even today. I mean, it's all about making money now, because IoT has taken off already, you know. And all the startups, the operators, and our job is that the enterprise customer, the end customers, get successful with their new business models. Then you will be successful, and then we will be successful. We call it, I think, a win-win-win strategy. So, some example. Let me summarize this in one sentence. So, how should I say this? We connect everything what is too slow to run away. Yeah? It can be a cow, it can be elephants in Africa, it can be Audi cars, UPI. So, everything is possible. But a very, very important thing is everything is there from technology perspective. That's my opinion, what you can imagine. Nearly everything. But now it's very, very critical that partners and customers, at the end, the customer does a strategic decision now to launch new business models. I heard yesterday also from Microsoft sales director that he said, oh, it's very, very simple. We need to ensure that they get more revenue and decrease and get more efficient, right? But there is another component I want to add this. So very, very important is what the competitors are doing, you know. So if a competitor already started with thinking about transformation and IoT solutions and new business models, it can take for the other company 18 months, 20 months, you know, to reach the same level. But this company who was first will get the most out of it, you know what I mean? And so this is my last slide, let's say. So this is the most important thing what had changed so far, yeah? So, and this is amazing. So that means now the fastest player will be the first player. And this has changed dramatically from the past. This is very important. And maybe another adoption on this is today it can be also possible that we have a partner, for example, Eluxon here. He's only one guy, but he's very good into smart lighting. And we have companies with 400,000 people, they are working on this. It might be, hopefully rough, I don't know. But those small companies, as you know from Uber and all this kind of stuff, you know this already, they can beat them, you know. This is totally new in this world now, you know. It does not depend on size, it does not depend on power. It's about how fast you are. And that's, I think, that's the key topic and the main game changer. So thank you very much. Visit our fantastic team here. What was the time?
You're on for beer. You get one.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay. So my name's Tim McGarr. I'm from the British Standards Institution. My role is about developing newer areas of standards in IT, one of which is IoT. Rather than talking about platforms, I think my role here is it's kind of the standards whipping boy. And I mean, just a quick intro to who BSI are. So we're the UK national standards body, which means a lot of what we do is about putting the UK voice into European standards through SEN and SENELEC, and international standards through ISO and IEC. But from the UK, we've got a very good track record of developing the world-leading standards that are out there. So most of the top 10 most widely used international standards originate from BSI in the UK. And because it might come up later, I mean, very briefly, I sort of view sort of 3 pillars under how we work. So firstly, all of our standards are developed in committee structures, and we work very hard to get the right people around the table. They are all developed on the basis of consensus, and they all go for public comment. Now, seeing as we're talking about standards, or this presentation is about standards, I could have used one of the many diagrams that are bandied around platforms, or the standards landscape, or open source software, showing how busy the space is. Instead, I've chosen to put something up there which I developed more for my own purposes, trying to sort of segment out what's happening for the various parts that we're involved in. And some of the areas around standards are entirely new, arguably. So the work we're doing in the UK around smart cities, or reference architectures that are happening internationally. But a lot of it is an evolution. And for a lot of the standards that are happening, there are groups that have existed for decades or hundreds of years that are building these things out. But in terms of, and one thing I'll add is the fact that because we do standards for pretty much everything, apart from telecoms, there are mechanisms to ensure that people can work together. But in the limited time that I have today, the one thing I want to cover off is some work that we've been doing in the UK as part of the HyperCat consortia. And today is kind of the soft launch of a standard we've developed, which is PAS 212, Automatic Resource Discovery for the Internet of Things. And the PAS is a vehicle we use for sort of fast-moving areas, so this has been developed pretty quickly. Now, the HyperCat consortia has sort of presented at IoT Week at various times over the years. And just a bit of background on the project. So the origin of this was some funding that came from the UK's Innovation Agency to develop 8 IoT ecosystem demonstrators in various areas. So one was in an airport, one was in a haulage fleet, one was in a university. And the origin of the thinking was there's going to be 8 different groups of companies solving 8 different interoperability problems, get together and try and solve it once. And what came out of that was the HyperCat specification. And in a nutshell, that represents and exposes IoT data hub catalogs, wasn't me, using standard web technologies to aid discoverability and interoperability. So we took that and put it through our processes, which opened it up, added some rigor to it, brought some new things such as security in. And I mentioned that it's the soft launch. So if you go to that address there, so shop.bsigroup.com, PAS 212, you can actually download it for free now. And I'll put a simpler link on Twitter as well earlier on. Now, I'm a standards person. This is the document, and we all know how important interoperability is and the value it brings to all the actors. But the primary users of this are going to be developers. I'm not a developer, but if you are a developer, take a look at the document, get out there and start using it. And hopefully that can solve one little piece of the puzzle. Thank you very much, and I'll now pass on the mantle to Floyd.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Dobro jutro svima. Drago mi je što vas vidimo u ovakvom broju i prepoznajem Pozovite, and I will continue in English, of course. Hello everyone, I'm glad that I'm here today in front of you and I have this opportunity to present Telekom Serbia company on one side and to discuss about such hot topics that I'm interested in certainly is. I want to share this one story with you, very short. Do you know what day is today? Besides this event, it's amazing. No. Today is 1st of June, the International Children's Day. Why I'm saying this? Because I think that is very important. We have to take care about children. It doesn't work, but I'm loud too much. Oh, it's better match. Thank you. As I'm saying, this is very important. Am I have to repeat something or you hear me already? Okay. Today is the International Children's Day, I say. This is important because children is what we have to take care about them, and I hope that we have to bring them better world through these technologies, and these children will inherit such things that we prepare for them in the future. So, I'm the father of 4 children, and I'm taking care of it. So, let's continue. I want to introduce myself briefly. My name is Vladan Nešić and I work for Telekom. Here in Telekom I have double role. I'm head of section for development of ICT services for key accounts. And the second role is I'm project manager for M2M service development project. This is my temporary engagement. And I will now show a few slides very shortly to introduce what is our plans and what we intend to do in this field. Of course, I forgot to thanks to our host that allows us today to represent our intentions. There are few slides that present the position of Telekom Serbia company as telco operator with significant market power, and we will give one overview of our assumptions that we have understood passing through R5 process up to now. So we'll start. This is first slide. This slide shows our regional coverage in Southeast Europe. And as you see, this is one of the biggest telco operator in the region. We have great potential with about 11 million of subscribers. The second very important conclusion is that we have huge network. We have a lot of landlines and as well as mobile lines that cover almost whole area of our presence. The second one is our ICT portfolio. As you see, we divided our services in few silos, and we recognized last one as M2M emerging market. So we are grouped all of our services according to project methodology. And this is it, what we are grouped in the project. As project, we are refer this simple project, connected car, health, whatever. And when we are grouped, some of them we have combination. This is program, and in the end, this is whole portfolio. Let's go further. This is important slide. I want to stop here for a moment and to say a few words more. We provide almost 10 or more years cloud services and also M2M services. But what is the difference for our story today. When we were started this story, we have one organized system. 3 years up to now, we have an orchestrated system in the cloud. This is some comparison. Now, if we look at M2M verticals that are totally independent in this moment, we have situations that these verticals is unsynchronized, and it is very hard to make interconnection between them and to manage all of these verticals. So this is intent that we have to bring all of these verticals to one horizontal service enablement platform solution. This is conclusion. Next slide is very important because easy depict something. As you see, this is a business distribution level by layers. Now, if we are look at the second one, the network connectivity brings very, very low revenue. So if we want to grow up, we have to go with service enablement and applications. This is conclusion. Connectivity only, it's a minor part of the M2M IoT business value chain. So, next slide. Next slide is out of all of our assumptions. Now we have itemized features that we need to have on our future solution. I don't like to comment all of this, but I only want to emphasize a few. For open API, for sure, and after that, we have to manage different business model and through flow engine and different value chains. And out of this, we drew one high-level architecture, logical architecture. I don't explain all of this module, but this is intent that this is solution that we aim to achieve. We want horizontal solution, modular, agnostic, elastic, that will fulfill all of our business needs that we previously mentioned. In the next picture, I'll show very shortly what we plan to do in the beginning. First and second is some verticals that is referred to, that is related to residential customers, smart home and tracking, and second and fourth is telemetry and vending machines. This is the business cases. So we were made some assumptions about number of customers, which are very humble in this moment, about 400,000 in the first 5 years, but this refers only for these verticals, and I hope that this number will be greater in the future, and of course will appear much more verticals. And the last slide. This is our intention. All of you know that we have to go in big data story. We have API management platform, and we plan to provide to IoT community, to developer community, all of this data, and to bring them tools and platforms to produce many applications in the future. Of course, last conclusion is that our plans is to continue cooperation with partners, with IoT companies, and we just need to position ourselves in the better way and to become leader in this market and in this region. So, this is all for today's presentation from my side. I want to thank you all for your attention. I hope I was clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vladan. A really great panel, great presentations. We've had great coverage, actually, because we had 2 telecom operators, we've had 2 solution providers, and we've had 2 from standards and methodologies and approaches. So we've got the IoT space covered between these six panelists. So what I suggest right now is we jump on towards the actual questions. During your presentations, I mean, I'll just say a couple of words. Graciano, you mentioned the concept of digital transformation. Thomas, you were talking about, let me use the words, you didn't cite them, but you were very close to citing competitive advantage if you were a first mover getting in the space here. And that brings me to the really first question, because yesterday we were introduced with the concept of there are 360 plus platforms out there. How am I, or how is any enterprise going to choose between them? I think, we've got panelists here who hopefully can help, their clients or their customers say, what should we be looking for when we're looking at a platform and so on? And I'm not just talking about the technical features, I'm talking about the whole package. What is it we should be thinking about as customers of the enterprise? And probably I'd like to start with slightly different, because I was listening to Sinisa, I was listening to your presentation. What should we be looking for when we're looking at platforms? Just your point.
Everything, up and down. So left and right. Definitely technical perspective. So does the platform support all of my devices, current infrastructure, future things that I'm planning to do, and then more, let's say, operational things. Is it known cloud provider? Is it supported? How it fits well, what others said, into the rest of my enterprise architecture, etc., etc. So a lot of thinking around that in the enterprises, and a lot of thinking, as it should be, actually, in terms of architectural roles. But main point is that there is also a lot of business thinking around. So as a premise to implement some IoT solution, there is heavy talk about, okay, why? Will it create some new revenue model for us? Will it open some new market for us? Create some new market for us? How we will capture that value? So a lot of, let's say, entrepreneurial and startup thinking around that, how we will with these new movements create more value for us as a company, enterprise company, whichever one. So, open discussion, and there's no clear, I would say, a clear way prescription. You can do some, tough, rough, let's say, cornerstones, do some basic things, but it should be kept open, because in that way you are able, with outside-in thinking and letting yourself, being impacted by new innovative things that you might heard from anyone else, to capture and create more value for your company. After that, it comes, all the things regarding choosing the platform.
I agree. So it's not just a technical question. There's a whole business aspect to it. There's things of concepts of scalability, agility, flexibility in the platform that you want to bring in. So, Thomas, you talked about platforms in your presentation.
Yes. Every day. I mean, it depends to whom are you speaking, or talking. I mean, most of the companies, they are talking to IT, but I think IT is not the right person to address. It's a company strategic thing. I mean, I had a great meeting last week in Switzerland, a big company. And it was so funny because he did the right thing. He brought marketing, he brought sales, he brought. The CEO was here. He brought product management and everything. And the CEO was very punished because he said, how does it cost? How much do I earn? And what is the competitors doing? That's all. And all the same. So then sales says, please don't underestimate sales. IoT is a really good business. When you go to these fairs, there are only sales guy. You cannot sell anything there. IoT changed this because if you, all of you, go to a fair, So sales can be a decision maker in a company because they need it, because they see that the competitor is doing something, you know, and they cannot sell, you know, all these things. So it's very, very important to whom are you talking. And the next thing is, I think, it's all about speed. So it's very, very important to check also from technical perspective, maybe, what does the customer already have? Does he have, I don't know, please, does he have IBM, Microsoft, SAP, whatever, yeah? What does he have? Has he his own deployment in his house for his cool employees there? So, because it's very, very important to get the whole ecosystem together, very, very professional, but very, very fast, and then maybe adopt it or make it better or more efficient, and then scale fast. So our job should be always to provide the customer very fast and a high quality way to start very small. Yeah? It's very important that companies start without any barriers, and this should be our main goal, I think, you know.
Very interesting, Thomas, yeah. I mean, Graziano, just to pick up a point that Thomas made there, actually, because one of the things we do see within IoT is that the customer is no longer necessarily just the IT department. It's actually broadened itself to a number of other players. Is that something you've seen as well?
Absolutely, absolutely. Basically, we see in our engagement with customer, we see that the customer are looking for, not for a platform, are looking for an ecosystem provider. So an ecosystem provider that can help them to understand how the process of the company should change and should adapt, how the business should be adapted, so the business model also should be adapted to the needs. And the technology is just one part of it, of course. So yeah, they see the partner as a whole to help them in all the different departments, definitely.
I mean, just bringing Eclipse into this, because I think Eclipse is actually a great way to open it up, the discussion, and to invite, you know, other developers and so on. Is that something you've noticed as well, that it's no longer, you know, very specific developers, but Eclipse is actually helping broaden that field?
Yeah, I think the key word is openness. Okay. When you are in the market, when you have, as we said yesterday, more than 300 different platforms, you might make the wrong choice. And so in this case, it's good for you to use an open technology, some open standard that you can maybe switch to another one pretty easily.
Okay, yeah.
So for me, really openness is something which is one of the key points. And else we will repeat the mistake that we did before with proprietary solutions, and we are after that hooked to that. And
actually, your comment is quite relevant. Let me jump to the next question, because the next question is the 25 billion. You know, it's always a huge number. We talk about huge number of connections and so on. Now, if we all go down the proprietary route, you know, are we ever going to get to the 25 billion? Because the proprietary route can be a bit of an obstacle in the sense. It doesn't create the market openness. So I was wondering, Vladan, for example, 25 billion globally, is that a big number? Is it real? Is it, you know, what do you think? I mean, you're looking at it from Telecom Serbia.
Okay, really, I don't know really what to say about these numbers. Why? Because I found plenty of different assumptions. And upon your researches, I see that is pretty realistic, and Gartner also is in this track. But some others, I don't like to say whatever, who is this, shows us very different numbers. If we will catch these numbers that you are proposed, I hope that we will be in this in 2024 in 25 billion of devices. This is, I think, realistic. We cannot talk too much about it because our market is pretty slow, but we can imagine that it will happen in this way.
As they say, you know, everybody keeps on expecting the big explosion in terms of the numbers and so on. What you're actually seeing is you're actually seeing innovation in terms of the numbers happening in so many different markets at different speeds, at different rates. So in one country it might be smart cities, in another country it might be the car industry. You just have to keep an eye on the whole picture at the moment and see how it happens. But I take your point. You're seeing elements of it and so on. Just to get to the point, friction, i.e. some of the challenges that might, you know, put a stop to achieving 25 billion. One of them that's always brought up is, of course, interoperability, standards, and so on. Tim, if I can bring you in on that one.
I have to add something. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead on. Of course, go ahead, Vlado.
I have one different approach of this, because I find on internet very interesting information that International Telecommunication Union announced on their websites, and I think this is important because upon these indexes they have ICT development indexes that shows our position in the world.
Yeah.
So each market is specific. So we have to correlate our intentions in this market upon these indexes. So Serbia is on the 51st place in the world. Whole East have about 167 countries. So this result is not too bad in the world's perspective, but if we look at Europe, among 40 countries, we are on the 33rd place. This is not too bad, I say, because in Serbia we have a big disproportion. We have a lot of good IT companies. We have people who are experts and very skilled in this area, but plenty of other companies and enterprise subjects are not too much informed, and we have great responsibility to increase their knowledge, their awareness about this. So in this case, this indicates that we have to bring from our side this quality, and then in our environment will start rising, will start increasing of these new services, devices, and this will help us to bring new revenue models and whatever.
No, absolutely fair point. I mean, one of the challenging points. I'll challenge you on one point. I actually think there is a bit of a challenge, a bit of a need to not think about IoT in traditional IT terms, because there are the terminologies like fail fast. That's not, that's a totally new approach. We're seeing that IoT is bringing a whole road of disruption. So what my caution here is that if you equate development, equate that with where we are IT-wise, you might not find yourself moving as fast as you could be. And I think that's a very dangerous track that you might want to go down, because you will see other markets booming ahead, because the entrepreneurial spirit, the development community, which might not be IT-based, is actually forging ahead with the IT concept. So, but to bring Tim in on the standards.
So, I mean, from my perspective, sort of the number there is actually quite conservative. You sort of think about, you mentioned the various different ways this is working. So whether it's connected cars or industry or smart cities or consumer devices, it's not going to take many devices. We're having a billion people in the developed world for that thing to become a reality. And that will happen. When it will happen is a different matter. I mean, where I think there are a few things that I think standards can aid that one. I mean, for example, making sure that those devices do what they're supposed to, making sure they are secure, they cover privacy, etc. Making sure they work together. And I mean, those sort of things will reduce friction, they'll make solutions work better, they'll mean there's better value that can be derived from them. But obviously standard is already part of the model. It comes back to what do the businesses want and what's going to generate value for them. And the standards will follow that.
Yeah, excellent. Any of the other panelists see any other points of friction or challenges that we need to overcome to actually really get the ball rolling, or the momentum really going within IoT?
I think that actually you need to talk to the business, you need to talk to the CFOs, you need to explain how it impacts some of the, let's say, things on the balance sheet. It's as simple as that. Like, I don't know, operating free cash flow, something like that. So that's the things that are in their site, in their jurisdiction, important for them. And then getting the CEOs and the rest of the folks, around opportunity that will empower them to improve some of those parameters. Mm-hmm. Of course, that there is a technology behind it, and IoT presents huge step for them and huge opportunity for them to do precisely that. So.
Yeah. No, I think it's a very, very important point, because I think one of the biggest challenges we've seen in the IoT market for enterprises is actually getting the ROI or the business case correct, because it is a challenge. There are so many components, there's so many factors in there, and just getting the whole concept of new business models, on getting that aligned and getting that the business case right is difficult. There is a promising side. Let me just share on the opposite side. And this promising side, which I think we touched upon yesterday, is that I actually think a way forward in IoT is not, there will always be the importance of the business cases and the ROI, but there's the other side of the coin, which is looking at the social outcomes and the social benefits that we are seeing from IoT. And I think that's why, actually, if you look at IoT at the moment, and you see where is IoT, or where has it really moved into? Smart cities, the benefits for citizens within cities, the mayor's understanding that, I can create a whole raft of benefits suddenly from the budgets that I have to create, by the better traffic management, the better street lighting, the better parking, whatever it may be. So you're seeing not only IoT addressing the typical ROI business case, but actually looking at social outcomes. And I think there are a lot of companies now that are looking at that concept, actually saying we actually need to forge ahead because it is benefiting us as a whole. Probably at this point, I want to try and open up and invite the audience, if any of the audience has a question for the panel. I know it's an early Wednesday morning, but any questions? There's one question there. I think there's a speaker, there's a microphone just coming. If you can hold on 1 second. This gentleman. Could you just state your name and what company?
Yes, my name is Georgios Karagiannis, and I'm working for Huawei. Okay. The question that I have is related to the fact on one is on the business models, and the other one is on the adoption and on the stimulus of generating or of using this 25 billion of devices. So on business models, up to now we have actually quite good adoption of IoT in different silos. What do you think that are the drivers of changing that and having a more wide adoption of that? So what are the drivers of generating also new business models? Because you might need to have new drivers, to generate business models. So that's first question. And the other one regarding the 25 billion, of course, if you want to have 25 billion of devices that are deployed, you need to deploy them in many regions of the globe. So if you want to do that, what is the approach to do it? Would you like to have solutions that will be, that can work on all these devices, or how do you think that should be done? What is your strategy?
Does anybody want to take this from the panel? 2 questions. Let's start with the business model one, because I think that's a key one.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Cristiano.
So regarding the main, let's say, rationale behind the different silo altogether, I think that maybe it is as simple as that is the data sharing between the silo. We see and we discuss a lot with customers that they realize that maybe data coming from different silos altogether can generate very interesting use cases and additional business. So this is normally the main driver to put all together. Of course, there are also other that is centralized management that can reduce the cost and all the rest. And this was to give my comment to your first question. Regarding the other question, we believe that probably it is a dream to replace what is already in place with a completely new stack, and probably this is something that is not even possible. So Basically, coming back to the subnet approach that I've presented, we believe that in each segment there are specific characteristics that you should preserve when the device is connected to the solution, in terms of protocol used, the way the data are transferred, the way the device is managed. So we strongly believe that the specialization of each segment should be preserved. So probably the idea of aggregating together different subnets, it's a very good idea. So different middleware that talk with specific devices and then use the data and the API exposed by all this middleware together. Because if you think just to the automotive industry, if you want to replicate in every IoT provider platform all the interaction that a device should have with the middleware, you will get crazy, because it's a lot of interaction, a lot of data to be transferred, remote upgrade, remote update. So there are companies that spent many years in making this, so you have to leverage on the partnership and then take this solution and bring it all together in your IoT solution.
Any other? Yeah, Tim?
I mean, it's a very good point. I mean, part of what I mentioned HyperCAT is the philosophy behind that is, in fact, there are these silos, they're not going to change. How can you make it as easy as possible to get them to start working together? And I think we sort of moved, in terms of IoT, the sort of philosophy has moved from there's always serendipitous solutions that can come out of there to smart city, connected car, etc. And try and find some way that can, for example, getting the connected car, working with the smart city, for example, how it works with lighting, street lighting. Those are the kind of solutions that I think will add some real value and generate business models which I don't think anyone has really thought about as yet.
Yeah.
I would like to add that last year, European Commission selected 6 different projects on the IoT, and 3 of them are related to the interoperability. And so definitely it's a key point for them, and the three different projects are taking the interoperability in different ways, either in API ways or in terms of data or data ways. So there are different options here, and so it was very interesting to see that on the same meetings we could have 3 times the same concerns, but presented in different ways. So you need to stay tuned, I will say.
I think the point is really well made. The question is really well said, because what we've seen, and I have to actually just make the same comment as Graziano, the value, I don't think we'll be seeing a platform of platforms, so one that covers everything. So really the next question is, you'd be looking at interoperability, and most of the research has pointed to that the real next step in terms of business models, value creation and so on, will come from the multiplier effect of value from data and data reuse, because data is not one asset with one value, it's actually one asset with multiple reusable scenarios. And you can think of, a lot of people raise the question of why did IBM buy the weather company? Because they wanted to look at the mashup of data, the opportunities there. Have they found the golden key? Not yet, but they're looking at it in terms of multiple aspects of what can we do with multiple data sets. And I think, like Philippe mentioned, it's the interoperability of data sets from different applications which is going to become really the interesting development. Any other questions? Yeah, there's one from the gentleman here. Is there a microphone?
I think it's really nice to see you guys have a very good conversation as when we sit together, because we all come from the same field, right? But how's it going when you're talking to, let's say, people from the city administration? How do you talk to them? Because there's certainly a lot to really understand here. And also, how is it when you're talking to lawmakers, for instance? You talk about data so much, but there's a problem with it. Now you can't just share data because there are obstacles in terms of law and regulation and so on. So how are you talking to those key players in those fields where you want to enter the market? How is this conversation going?
Very interesting question. Yeah.
I can.
Vladan, do you want to?
Yes, I can say something about about this, because what is important? When we are talking about legislative in some countries, we have to take care about some constraints that these bodies impose to us. For example, we have to put some data in specific places. We cannot share it between countries and in the cloud. So this is the ongoing process, and I think that this will be overcome very soon. This is one thing that I have to say. Second one is some example that I want to share with you related for some bodies from governance. This is tax administration, actually. We give them some services almost 12 years. This is connectivity between cash registry through little gadgets that have SIM cards, and all of these objects is connected with tax administration. There are about 120,000 SIM cards, and of course they can track and they can doing whatever with these data from these cash registries. But if we wish to upgrade such quality of these services, we plan to put all these connectivities in the future service enablement platform, and to add some features that will be useful for tax administration. For example, we can add some kind of geofencing, and they can see in some dashboard their position. This is pretty stateless, these states objects, but sometimes they relocate their offices, and this is good for tax administration, I think, to see what's happening in real time. Okay.
And yeah, Thomas?
Only a short comment here. So first question is your first question. So the first thing what we say, we are Tele2, you know, and we say, do we have a real chance? I mean, you know, if is it political or not? You know, because we invested a lot of time, and there is always something is going on. The second thing is, the only thing what we can do with government is we can talk a lot, but what we try to do is to show them and challenge them to compare solutions. So we say, okay, give us 6 days, we implement everything for you. I mean, the connectivity, the setup, everything, and please test it, try it. It's the second thing. We only, you know, we have not the really political power, in some countries maybe, no, but this is, we want to show what we do. It's very, very easy. But this we also do sometimes, of course, to help startups and also enterprise customers. And the first thing is, I really think is, you need someone there who is not, how should I say this politically correct? You need a driving person, you know. You need somebody who is passionate, yeah, who wants to drive something, or you need somebody who has a real pain. I'll tell you an example: water, flood protection, and avalanche protection. You know, this is critical, I think. But you know, if this thing is not working, the guy has to go in his free time from government to the mountain with the car, and then 1 hour hiking to change a SIM card or embedded whatever. It's a big, huge problem. So you need a really pain there, or one driving person. If there is a driving person who says, I will take care, I take the project, I will lead this. But this can be also a government, I think. Yeah, we saw this in Eindhoven. Is such a, I met them in I don't know, in Zagreb last time. So he's driving all this. He's working with Siemens and all these big companies. You need a driving person, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Just a short comment to that. You need to find a driver, changer, enabler in your segment vertical. It's not the same, you know, as in public sector companies. It's probably more about Outlook, about citizen services, about stuff like that. In others are something like cash flow. Yeah. But you know, regarding data, there's a huge, you know, talk around that. But when you really dig down into that issue, then it's an issue about data classification within the customer. They do not know, you know, they're just popping out that as, okay, what with data? No one will use your data. You can encrypt it end-to-end, securely store it in the cloud. Everything is public regarding that, at least from Microsoft side. but they still have an issues about classification. A lot of things are public already. A lot of things are usable already regarding data. A lot of data can already provide add value by using it in a different way, but they still do not, kind of taking that approach because, I think that needs thinking probably and doing things.
I'll just add to the point that I think it's interesting looking at the IoT market. I mean, we speak to a number of clients. One of the most passionate people that I've come across within the IoT space was actually an IT manager in the mayor's council, in the mayor's office in Palo Alto, because he started to find, he has a list of about 50 projects, energy savings, space savings, and so on. And he's passionately ticking them off one by one, and he's finding all the hurdles of security issues, data privacy issues, but he's just managing them one by one and showing all the benefits that are coming from all these IoT projects. And I think that's the way to do it. Don't start big. Do the small things at a time. Tim?
Just to add that, I mean, different communities that I deal with, no one isn't bought into IoT, or the people I deal with are not bought into it. This is a good thing to do. But within each silo, they're dealing with similar sort of issues about how do you get this to work, how do you deal with security, how do you deal with privacy, and that's where it's focusing each of those different groups. Whereas, when no one I come across, you have to sell the idea of IoT to them.
Yeah. Let me just jump forward. We had a couple of questions here, but I'll jump forward to one because I think this is relevant to the discussion we have. Two topics, security and data privacy, always emerge when we're looking at this and so on. Well, panel, where do you see this going in the next, couple of months, couple of years? Where do you see developments both in security and data privacy? Are we going to see changes? Are we going to see any major shifts? Any comments from any of you? None. This is one of those red the elephant in the room. Yeah, go ahead, Graziano.
We had a lot of discussions, and we believe that in some area there is some changes to be done at the regulatory level, for sure, because there is some use case that was not existing before, that probably there is no regulation, and so this has to be added. Such as, for example, we have the discussion regarding smart home systems, where you go in the house and then you can share the access of your smart home devices to family, friends. Then also there is a privacy issue that has to be solved and is not addressed at all. But this is also coming from the car manufacturer and the car industry, because when you drive the car that is connected, who is the owner of the data? This is the question that are coming. So this is something that needs to be regulated. It's not completely regulated yet. Okay. And regarding the security, we are getting a lot of concern from customer. Where are my data stored? Of course, this is not only happening for the IoT, but in the IoT case, are devices spread everywhere that are collecting data, and the data are stored somewhere. So here the answer is that the solution should be flexible enough to allow the data to be stored just at the customer premises by leveraging on the rest of the framework being in the cloud. So that's the key point.
Oh, excellent. Anybody else? No? Okay. Tim?
Just one around, there's two sides. Yeah. Obviously, the two separate topics. The security side, it's interesting that things have moved on in the last few years from organisations just not bothering to do the basics. I mean, what's behind all those stories about, so the TV's microphone picking up or the baby monitors being hacked. Most of that was just not even bothering to do any security at all. And we seem to have moved on where people are actually doing what they should be doing. And there needs to be more of an evolution as that goes on.
Yeah.
And from a privacy side, I mean, I think the regulation is all in place.
Could you show?
Sorry, regulation is all in place. There's not a lack of regulation in Europe around privacy and data protection. I think what needs to be done is to interpret how you deal with that in the IoT space, and that's what needs to happen in the coming years.
Okay, great. I'd like to open one last opportunity for the audience to ask a question before we start rounding up the... Any questions? Yeah, well, there's one more. Who are we following up again? Huawei wants to know. Go ahead.
George Karjanis, I'm actually also the vice chair of IoT Working Group 3, and where one of the topics that we're focusing is IoT privacy. I agree with you that there are some concerns and that regulation might be needed to be changed. But in addition to that, do you think that there are also other actors in this area that have to change their mind in the way of working? So not only regulation or policy makers, but are there also other ones? What's your opinion?
I mean, when there is some change to be done and some improvement, I think it's a matter of flexibility of the approach. So yeah, I cannot give a specific example, but we see that in the chain that include a lot of people and entities in the privacy approach, there is in some part where there is a need of having more flexibility in approaching the privacy. So that's for sure is something that probably, as Tim said, the regulation is already there. Is the matter of how flexible can be the implementation of that regulation in the different segments. So it's a very generic answer, but it's a very tough question. So.
Yeah.
Maybe
Thomas.
one comment. I mean, it really depends what you are doing. It can be really cool. For example, you have your smart agriculture project, you know, combining the weather information and the, what is it called, the seed levels and all this kind of stuff, and then get some kind of, artificial intelligence, you know, when the weather is hot, then flood less water and all this kind, this is fine, you know. But if you're talking about UBI insurance stuff, you know, if you're talking about what I saw a employee badge, you know, it measures with whom are you talking, how often are you going to the cafe kitchen and so on. Not in Europe, but all this kind of stuff. Are you ill? Is your partner who is talking, are you talking to, is he ill or something? Then it's getting really crazy. And sometimes it depends also a little bit on the politics, for example. I don't know where this was, I think Singapore or somewhere. Maybe you know. But if they say, okay, it's allowed for employers to do this, yeah, then it's, you know, it's very, very hard. It always depends what you're doing with the data. For us as an operator, we respect everything. If the customer wants to have the data in-house, then it's in-house. If he wants to go to the cloud, then he goes to the cloud.
Philippe?
Yeah. Technically, what I see in one of the projects we're working on is the fact that now they are more concerned for the security, not in terms of the pipe, trying to make a security at the pipe level, but at the data level, to be able to really encrypt the data by itself, because the problem of the security shows up immediately. As soon as it goes outside of the sensors, actuators, then you are concerned. And so at the gateway, you might have different applications set up on the gateway, which are not owned by the same guys, and maybe you don't want that they share the data and the information. And then up to the cloud like that, and only to be able to address only, for example, the doctor, the patient on their information. So it's not the way of managing things, it's micro security on data, so it's very also interesting to follow up.
I think just to add to the point, one of the interesting developments that we actually saw in Makina research in terms of data privacy and so on, one of the possible development areas is that there's been a lot of focus on data privacy based upon individual consent, i.e. I own my data and I manage my data. If that model would be either developed, augmented, substituted with one which looks more at placing not so much the question of ownership, but of the usage of the data, placing more the emphasis on the corporate responsibility on the usage of data. So saying, you as a corporate have my data, but you are obliged to use it responsibly. That is a change. So I don't have to go through all my data, you know, saying you're allowed to use it, but you as a company who can access my data, you can use it for certain things, which might be services for me and so on. Slightly shifting the grounds, and I know in the US they're actually looking at that at the moment, whether it can fall under, I think it's corporate social responsibility rather than data privacy laws. Yeah, very questionable whether Europe would take it. No, the panel's not released yet. It's got one last question, and this is a question prompted by one of the panelists. I'm going to skip to it, and I'll see what your question is. Where is the money in IoT? We've had different versions. We had some connectivity. But I'd like to ask each of the panelists, or who would like to answer, where's the money in it? I mean, I think everybody here would like to know where's the money in IoT. So who wants to take a first stab at it? Go for it, Thomas.
Yeah.
You started with the connectivity.
Yeah. So I think not in the connectivity, of course, but in the whole ecosystem. You know, I think in the platforms, I think in the devices. You can calculate this. So the whole ecosystem has to be successful, and then there's a lot of money in it. The question is for whom, you know? I mean, the first step, I already covered this is, you know, we're thinking about where is the money in it for us. This is super important. But first we should think about where is the money in for the customer. Yeah? And then if he grows, you know, the device manufacturer will have money, the connectivity will get some money out of it, the platform supplier will get some money out of it. So really focused, help the customer to get money out of it. And he will get crazy because usually say, oh, send me 1,000 devices, you know, okay, price. I need connectivity. If I start this conversation, it will not work. Talk to him about how he can get out money, his business. Then you will get out a lot of money for your business.
We'll win, Sinisa?
Yeah, we heard yesterday about the ThyssenKrupp project from Yugoslav. So basically they saw that competitive advantage in proactively looking at their elevators, because they call them now, they call themselves now as a transportation provider. So, but yes, if they see a lot of those intangible, let's say non-financial values in doing that, as a making themselves more competitive and more differentiated on the market, that is part that is creating value for them and money for them, actually. So from there, for us as a providers, it's kind of, we are in the second place.
Yeah.
I can add something. If you think about this question, I have to add that this is a long-term benefit. We have to think about it like long-term benefit. As you remember this slide that we already see today, this is business distribution layer, distribution chain by layer, divided by layer. The connectivity is only 7.5% of involvement in this story, and this brings a low level of revenues, a low range of revenues. But in the top is applications. 63% of revenue brings applications.
Yeah.
So this is the final conclusion.
There's an also interesting case in Lafarge. Yeah, so basically, from what we see every day in this region, let's say that people are taking shortcuts and you know, they are being able by using IoT to save on the cement loss every day that they experience in you know, distribution. So you know, whatever makes additional value for them, that is the goal. That is the case. That is the talk you need to have with them. Everything else comes later.
Later on, okay. I think on that note, I want to say, I hope you join me and say thank you very much to the 6 panelists. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so there is no break yet. The break will come in half an hour or 20 minutes. So we continue the program. The next on the stage is, as I think Thomas said earlier on, IoT black belt expert. So Larry, Microsoft, thanks for coming. And yeah, the floor is yours.
Gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. My name is Larry Teve. I'm based out of Munich, Germany, and I'm driving IoT here in Central Eastern Europe as a global black belt. Thanks, Thomas, for introducing me already. What is a global black belt? Global black belt is something Microsoft installs as a kind of business development overlay whenever they launch new complex solutions. And this is something pretty new for Microsoft. They have Azure platform and some Azure services in place for a long time now, but Azure IoT Suite was launched in late September last year. I'm 6 years now in IoT space. I was heading the EMEA organizations for companies like Exida and PTC ThingWorks, and I was driving several hundred opportunities in IoT in different industries. Before I want to be very specific in detail what factors can impact an IoT strategy, I want to show you some slides that IoT is nothing which will come around the corner someday. It's already here. And this is a picture from Vatican in Rome, which was an event around the Pope in the year 2008. Nothing special, but you see the difference 8 years later, similar event. And these are not only picture-taking machines. I would say most of them are connected with the internet and sending data to the cloud, communicating via WhatsApp, Twitter, Facebook, or sending emails. Do you know what this is? Any idea? These are the major shipping routes around the world. And this is one of the reasons for IoT. People want to know, where is my damn thing? Or what if my thing could tell me if it's going to regions where they shouldn't be? Or what if my things could tell me that they will go to break before they do? These are questions to ask around IoT. Do you know what this is? This is internet usage around the world and around the clock. And let's have a deeper look at it. So the classical ways to communicate in the internet, like PCs, smartphones were a topic in the early 2000s, and tablet PCs, this is somehow going to be flat. And the interesting move, the increase is coming from Internet of Things mainly. And we are already in the middle of this increase. And let's have a deeper look in the mobile connectivity, so connected with SIM cards. We're also at a point where more machines are connected with the internet using SIM cards than people in their laptops and smartphones probably. And the increase also coming from M2M, or today called IoT. Where are these SIM cards in IoT? Of course, it doesn't make sense to connect a car with a cable in the telematics, so most cars are connected with SIM cards in it. A lot of modern car manufacturers already connected their cars. On the way to this event, I heard in the radio that Mercedes-Benz will connect their new B-Class and sending signals every 2 minutes about location data, tire pressure, and so on. And the driver even doesn't know about it or doesn't have a chance to switch it off. And I also had opportunities to work with mobile connectivity in the area of home heating systems, home air conditioning, home appliances. I think that makes sense. As for a manufacturer, people buy their laundry washing machine in a supermarket, electronic market, but they are not able to connect with their home internet typically. So having a SIM card in it, having connectivity out of the box, that makes sense. To have access to install new firmware, do some settings, remote repair, I will come to that later. If we ask Google Trends for IoT Cloud, that also shows a trend, what really matches with my experience over the last 6 years. So until about 2 years ago, companies tried and errored, installed the server, connected some devices, server had performance problems, and the companies wanted to connect even more. And there was no components out of the box. This is done today. Everything is available. Everything is feasible. Technology is there to connect with things, with plants, with machines, and also to easily integrate in business intelligence systems or to create applications rapidly. And this is where the value is coming from. The value is not coming from just connecting things with the internet. The value is coming from the application, having a dashboard, or to integrate in BI systems. Yeah, most of this is coming, by the way, from India and US. Europe seems to be a little bit behind, maybe. But this is what we are working on. Yeah, another trend you mentioned, you just asked the question whether the 25 billion connected devices are a possibility. I would say yes. I already had opportunities years ago with connecting several million cars alone in Turkey. I was working on complex opportunities with home appliances with 2 leading European manufacturers, and both were talking about 3-digit million connected things into the year 2025. So they're huge numbers, so I believe in that. Yes, in the B2C sector, software is coming. If you imagine a washing machine 20 years ago, that was pure mechanics, maybe a little bit electronics. Today, that's a lot of electronics, and a small computer is in every coffee machine, in every washing machine, in every fridge at home. And this is an important factor to do IoT. This is a prerequisite somehow. And maybe you know some of these use cases, and everything will be connected, and the customers, we, are not even recognizing this really. Also in the B2B sector, you know most of these use cases, fleet management, that's very common already. BrainLab, these are very expensive, very high-end MRT, X-ray machines. Maybe a hospital cannot even afford to pay for it. There might be some investors paying for the machine, and the doctor in the area might use it, and they have a key card or a code, and being charged by usage of the machines. In former times, someone would have to write down, I treated 2 patients, 90 minutes, and someone would have to read it, send a fax to an invoicing organization. This is done automatically today, pay-per-use. I also know personally very well the Heidelberg high-res system. It's in place for, I think, 15 years already. They do remote services for a long time for their high-end printing machines. And Rolls-Royce is a Microsoft customer. I have a video, I just got it tonight, and I changed my presentation this morning to include it, as I really like it. And they are not doing only remote diagnose, they are also doing charging of what they call power by the hour, charging for a working engine. Now I want to show you the 1.5 minutes video. You have sound? Sorry. I will fix it. Connect me if I'm wrong. Another try. Can you do the sound? Okay. Oops. Okay. I have to skip these slides. Are you doing it? Okay. They took control, that was not me. By the way, in the meantime, I can use the time and also catch up what you said. Talking about 300 platforms, I somehow disagree. Somehow agree, as there are millions of platforms. There might be hardware manufacturers just doing some fixed IP or VPN connections, and there are the GoToMeetings, VNCs, team viewers of the world just doing some screen sharing, file exchange, and there might be some platforms where you can just do some SIM management, SIM provisioning. But if you're talking about IoT middleware platforms, a powerful thing to connect with things, with devices, with machines, with plants, with cars, with databases, and easily to create rapidly applications out of the box from the solution and integrate in BI systems. It's working now? Okay. Thank you. There are maybe a handful really powerful solutions. I see you agree with that. Thank you. I just wanted to use the time to elaborate a bit on that. Okay, here's the video. Thank you.
As an airline pilot, I know that to fly with the best, you need to work with the best. With over 13,000 engines in operation around the globe, Rolls-Royce provides the services to maintain them at peak performance. Today, each engine has thousands of sensors that can produce terabytes of data on long-haul flights. Making sense of all that data is critical in transporting my passengers safely and efficiently. Rolls-Royce uses Azure IoT Suite to analyze data remotely and deliver real-time, actionable insights to me and to the airlines about engine performance and operational efficiencies. Advanced analytics help us optimize fuel economy, anticipate maintenance needs, and avoid costly downtime and delays. A single unscheduled disruption and its knock-on effect to a fleet and the passengers can cost an airline up to $1 million a day. With early notice, our team can proactively have parts at the right place and time, reducing inventory costs and maximizing availability. Up to 1/3 of a plane's weight is fuel. As a pilot, I decide how much fuel my plane carries. Insights into engine efficiency, weather conditions, flight path, and scheduled landings impact my decision. Cortana Intelligence helps me choose the optimal fuel level to maximize efficiency. With 40% of our operating budget devoted to fuel, even a small percentage reduction can save us tens of millions of dollars each year. Microsoft and Rolls-Royce, reaching new heights in customer value.
That was a little bit advertising in my presentation. Thank you. Do you like the video? Thank you. Yes, and we have an outlook in let's say, the year 2020. That's in 4 years. I would not say that everything will be connected with everything, but there are a lot of use cases, a lot of new use cases, and there will be for sure a lot of connected devices, a lot more than today. And some of these scenarios are already known today. Like if you have some smart parking here, even this hotel is thinking about the solution together with DoNavNet and vehicle diagnosis just for mentioning some examples. Yeah, and the co-founder of Netscape said, software is eating your world. So software is getting more and more important, in fact. And also software, IoT is changing not only the way customers interact with products, IoT can probably also change whole companies. And I experience companies really moving their business models from, as you already mentioned also, from machine manufacturers, for example, to service providers. And this is an example from German Manager magazine from last month, where they reported about Uber. You know, Uber providing cars like taxis with an own organization behind it. And they asked Mercedes-Benz to buy 100,000 S-Class models, so the top model of Mercedes-Benz, if Mercedes-Benz can somehow grant that they will drive autonomously in the year 2020. So this puts Uber in an excellent position. So this changes business models, that changes positions in the market. Uber is really tier 1 here, and Mercedes-Benz probably pushed to tier 2 positions. And this forces companies to offer some solutions, and some companies might struggle or at least enter and end up in cost problems. What is the IoT? I love most the wording network of networks. That was, in former times, they called it M2M, so that was machine-to-machine communication, machine-to-people, or even people-to-people. And that's to get more insight and to speed up processes. That's about getting more insight in the data coming from connecting the things. And for some marketing and experts and for some engineers, big data is even the biggest part and the most important part of IoT, as they get insights they would probably not get without IoT. How mature is IoT? So we can use the Gartner hype cycle here, everyone knows it, also somehow called the peak of overblown expectations, but sometimes it really gives some interesting insights. And if the technology is on the peak of this hype cycle, you recognize in the market there are a lot of investments, a lot of merger and acquisition activities, and a lot of startup companies. And this is what we recognize these days. Google is buying companies like Nest. PTC is buying IoT platforms like Exida and ThingWorks to move from CAD, PLM company, to an IoT platform provider. Apple is bringing technologies like iBeacon on the market or CarPlay, and Microsoft is entering open source alliances. Sometimes technologies even completely disappear, like the 3D worlds in Second Life. But for IoT, the expectations are huge. Here the prediction for the year 2020 is the total market volume will be 5 times as it's today, and the number of connected devices, smart connected products, will be even 15 times. Yeah, where's the value coming from was a question in the panel discussion before. And I will go to that also deeper, but typically it can start easily and rapidly in the service organization. There are a lot of things where you can increase revenues, selling additional SLAs, offering 24 services, platinum services, what you couldn't do before maybe, or also capabilities to save money. I know customers, and this is typically an average number from my perspective, nearly independent of industry, that customers say, we can solve 35% of our cases remotely, since we have IoT in place. And there are different areas to save money in the services area, like service network management, field service management, spare part management, service parts pricing, service parts management, service knowledge management. There are a lot of areas where you can decrease cost and increase the value with IoT. A lot of companies start in the services area, and I show you the way in the journey. It's also a wording from before, how companies typically go later. And this is a survey from Cisco. They asked 7,000 global executives, and they also confirmed and that you can easily save money in areas where the value is the biggest. And a lot of companies focusing today more on the services area instead of selling products or hardware or machines. ABB, for example, their goal is to make 20% of the revenues with services, and that's a long journey for them, believe me. But this is the goal, and why? So they have a better customer relationship, and it's more profitability. So it makes sense. So this is one of the aspects that are also somehow discussed before. Who should be part of an IoT vision opportunity project in a company? It should not be only service organization. That's okay to rapidly do some ROI and be successful and save money and have additional earnings. But you should go wider and higher. So different people in the company might have different expectations. Let me take a very simple example. So vending machines. Best Buy, for example. You know, they're standing at the airport, selling Snickers, Coke, headphones. And there might be a service organization. They want to know what products to fill up, even in time, ideally, before they run out. There is a technical team. They want to know whether the door is open, the cooling system is okay, something is broken. And sales and marketing, they want to know what are the best-selling products in which machine, in which location. So put them all together on a table, and if you can, take the decision makers, the champions, as they mentioned before. And then I take this maturity curve we put together some time ago, and I go a little bit deeper in terms of levels and use and business cases to just mention some examples. Level 1 is unconnected. That's the long, expensive service story. Imagine your old washing machine is broken, no IoT in it. So you call the service organization. If you're lucky, you get someone on the phone. They send you a technician. He's maybe there in a week, finding out what part is broken, going back, getting the part, going back to you, fixing the machine, and so on. So that's firefighting. That's limited or even no product feedback and very expensive service story. Level 2 is connected, and that's the opportunity for me to advertise a little bit more on Microsoft Azure IoT, as we also have a partner network. Microsoft is not too much focusing on hardware for connectivity, but we have a partner network. We have system integrators, solution providers like DoNavNet. They're offering some very mature solutions for environmental opportunities, for telematics, for agriculture, and so on. We have some in the space. We have some solution providers, and we have hardware manufacturers to help our customers to connect their thing with the internet, as this is typically the first challenge they face. How to get my thing in the internet? And we also have a partner network to help find the right device. Can be a black box connected with a serial cable, can be a small chip to be integrated in the device, and might have some different capabilities to connect with the internet, like Zigbee, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, cable, cellular, whatever. And we have, of course, the mobile network operators like Tele2 in our partner landscape. So you will find the right technology. So we are, what the guy from Ericsson said before, the environmental solution provider, the complex solution provider with our partners. So once connected, we might have some remote access, still fragmented information, and still reactive response. It's going to be interesting with level 3, serviceable. So we have some remote access, some desktop sharing. You can already fix some problems, some proactive monitoring, service cost reduction or avoidance, and very important for most of our customers, as there is more and more software in the devices, software deployment, software delivery. Imagine you want to upgrade the firmware in your things in Denmark, Serbia, Switzerland, and Manchester, and the operating system is English. You want to upgrade them from version 1.4 to 1.5, but only if processor load is not exceeding 50%, or even based on the configuration of a device. And full control whether the upgrade file is properly executed and uploaded. Level 4 is what I call intelligent. That's predictive maintenance, to know which part will break before it breaks. I did some projects with an Austrian water power plant manufacturer, and they have some parts in the power plants, some shafts with the turbines that cost 1.5 million as far as I remember. And they are not on stock, but they have some sensors and they understand the vibration, and if there is happening something, they get a signal and they know this will break in 4 to 6 weeks. Suppliers are allowed to produce and ship on site. So if a power plant has an outage, that's extremely expensive. Monitor, report on services, view and analyze product data. That's also important for most customers to understand this and work on new machine generations for the future in product management. But maybe also, I have customers, they have a lab, they have machines there which are already deployed in the market, and they understand that they can do some settings, install a new software, and can increase performance and speed, for example, of machines which are already in the market. Level 5 is optimized. It's about enterprise system integration. It's more and more important to integrate in BI systems like an ERP, like SAP, can be a CRM system like Dynamics or Salesforce.com, or a ticketing system for the service organization. It's a configuration warranty management. Also important to understand, is my product used as it should be? What do I do with the warranty? If not, contact the customer, tell, hey, it's running always on 120%. Pay-per-use models, billing, we had this, Rolls-Royce power by the hour, for example, track and locate. And level 6 is differentiated. This is new revenue generating capabilities. So this is about intelligent combination of data sources and showing it in an intelligent way with some mobile applications, so cloud to mobile mashup, remotely controlled devices, or also somehow important for end customers to get acceptance for things like UBI, to have a mobile app. So not everyone in Central Europe, at least, is excited about his car insurance, knowing where his car is right now, where he was driving yesterday, last week, how he is accelerating, braking, going into curves. So not everyone is liking this, but if you have an advantage, have some maintenance information, can somehow control things from your car, and that's maybe, for the early adopters, that's maybe a reason to accept these technologies. Yeah, that's it more or less from my side. I close with a quote. Jeff Immelt said, if you went to bed last night as an industrial company, you're going to wake up today as a software and analytics company. And by the way, we have a lot of customers already benefiting from Microsoft Azure IoT Suite. We have a lot of services, we have a partner network, so that's easy to install. There's a free version to try out. I'm here to discuss, and I'm happy to talk to you later today. Or let me know if you have questions now. Thank you.
Questions for Larry?
Sorry. So, thank you very much for this very interesting presentation.
Thank you.
I'm Kostas Spiropoulos from National Research Center, Demokritos, located in Athens. Right, from what is my understanding from your presentation, at the moment, the revenues from IoT is still coming from silos. But the target of single digital market is to break the silos. So, shall we wait till the optimization of what it will appear in the marketplace in order to change the model, the business model for revenue, to get the revenues from IoT? Thank you.
To be honest, can you be more specific on what you mean with the silos in terms of business? Yeah, what do you mean with that?
You mentioned your cooperation with Rolls-Royce.
Yeah.
You have also mentioned a variety of, say, application areas that you are working and you are expecting to get revenues from the market.
Okay.
You see? That's what I mean.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I would say the fact is that every IoT opportunity, every project is very much different. So most important thing, and this is what I wanted to present, so put a mixed team on the table, put decision makers from different divisions in the company on the table to really have all requirements, to understand what they need, and then together define the use and business cases. And if you define the business, every one of them has expectations, and every one of them has expectations as they want to increase revenues or reduce cost. But this is where the money comes from. And if you do this, I would say this is not silos. So this is the fitting IoT strategy for this company. And if you do this properly in a proper way, then you have ways to earn money, and that's not silos, from my understanding. Would you agree? Does this answer your question somehow?
What I'm looking for the ambient intelligence is to have services all over the world and to use those services in which application you might need, you see?
Yeah.
That will be the target of using the IoT.
Yeah.
Don't you agree?
Yeah. Yep, correct. As I mentioned, if you define the use business cases, the requirements of your company or your customer's company maybe, sit together and define the architecture and technology afterwards. Of course, you should begin in parallel somehow, but it doesn't make sense to define an architecture and fix everything on a technical perspective and then put on the business cases. This might not be a fit. But if you go first use the business and define the business and then go defining the technology, find the right applications, so the platform is there. Azure IoT can for sure make it. And there's everything I presented is somehow possible with Azure IoT. Find maybe the right system integrator, also to have some vertical knowledge, maybe some territory knowledge. But we'll help you find the right partners if you need something, and then everything is possible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One more question?
Thank you. Fulvio Sansone, SATA DSL. More than a question is a comment, which is triggered by the very interesting presentation with a lot of elements to discuss and to reflect. When it comes to connectivity in general, I see that there is a general trend to a kind of cellular-centric thinking, which from my position, it's somehow understandable, because of course these devices, everybody has one of these things in his pocket and we use it every day. Yeah. But just for information to everybody, at the moment the largest market for IoT, which is already coming to fruition, is so-called machine-to-machine, and this market is served in a big chunk by satellite communications. At the moment, the satellite communication field in machine-to-machine represents 2.5 million devices only, but 2.6 billion euros turnover, yearly turnover. So, of course, the cellular will play a major role in the future, but we have not to forget other communication systems. And this was particularly triggered by the very interesting example that you brought on the screen, which is the airplane, the aircraft. So once you have equipped an engine of an aircraft with sensors, intelligence, and applications which are capable of planning, remote maintenance, and all this stuff, it becomes completely crazy that the situation of nowadays, when if there is a crash, you have to go in the bottom of the ocean to look for a black box and hopefully find it and hopefully find the reason of the crash, while you can have satellite communication, which can allow you to follow the trip all over the duration of the trip and to transfer in real time all the data which is useful for the remote maintenance, but also to see what is the reason of a possible crash or to anticipate a problem that you could have in the field. And the same applies for another slide that I saw where you were showing, how do you call it, big tractors, machines that... Those guys, for example, I can tell you that Caterpillar, the other Komatsu, the Japanese, they use Orbcom, mobile satellite communication. So This is, of course, is a very specific point of view, but just to tell you that in general, we should be more open in terms of connectivity solution in order to realize the Internet of Things. There is no one-size-fits-all solution, 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, 6G, 7G, it will be 20G maybe one day, but there are several solutions which will contribute as an ecosystem to the connectivity which is needed in order to implement these applications.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I fully agree. Thank you for this comment. Very useful. Also, I had opportunities where they had some metering stations in the desert. So there are areas where it absolutely makes sense, and I didn't want to exclude this. Thanks for the comment. Great.
Okay, I think on that note, is it a quick question? A short one, and a really short one.
I can tell you, I missed opportunity during the panel. I was hoping to do it here, but you know.
One quick one.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tomo Popovic. I'm coming from University of Montenegro. Great presentation, a great panel, by the way. So your presentation kind of reinforced me to comment and maybe ask for comment back from panelists that I wanted to do during the panel, but I was late. A lot of your slides and a lot of the slides that we see in the Internet of Things world are showing these exponential curves. And what we are, witnessing here is IoT is just continuation of an exponential explosion coming with the ICT revolution and industrial revolution that happened in 19th century. But that curve is becoming more steeper now. And what we are dealing here with is that we are used to work and think and live in linear terms. Everything can be planned and is happening linearly, as opposed that now we are facing the technology that's scaling and developing exponentially. So what we have today in these IoT sensor nodes in 10 years will be 1,000 times more complicated and complex. And we simply, our mind cannot follow what's happening. It already happened. I mean, 10 years ago, the flash, modules had 1,000 times less memory. The processors were 1,000 times, simpler. So we have to switch to this mode of thinking exponentially as we deal with these new technologies. Oh, yeah. And the reason why I'm, discussing this, and I wanted maybe to see your comment, and maybe I'm welcoming panelists from before, is we talk about standardization, we talk about IP management or patents, we talk about interoperability and standard harmonization. All of these processes are linear and take time. To do a patent, you need 5 years. To do a standard, sometimes you need almost 10 years once you kind of get everybody agree on it. By the time you have these things in place, they are obsolete in this world that we are looking at. So I think we have to have something in place that allows for constant flow and influx of new technology. And it has to be like, almost like when you think about people looking at an empty field and they want to have a wood down there. So they have to put some hybrid trees, fast-growing trees there, like a poplar or something like that. That will, in 3 years give you a wood, but it's going to die, 5 years down the road, so you have to have some slow-growing trees that are coming, So we have to change the paradigm of how we're thinking and how we are introducing this technology. So that was my comment. Any questions?
Great comment. Thank you. Yeah, I fully agree. So this is not a question. This would be a complex question if I would answer every aspect. But I take it as a comment. Thank you. And I fully agree. So this is a change of thinking and a change management also. Yeah, right. Thank you.
On that note, the change mindset. Coffee is being served outside, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we have time only for espresso, Italian style, no cappuccino, just espresso, quickly.
But we also see that while cellular IoT is growing more quickly at a pace of 20%, 27%, non-cellular still remains by far the dominant connectivity mode. If you look at Western Europe, they're going to see quite a strong growth over the next few years. And what's interesting here is that this is in a large part led by connected vehicles. But the way we calculate our numbers, there may be 200 sensors in a vehicle, but we count it as one connected device, just in case there were going to be some detailed questions on the numbers later on. So certainly we see a lot of connectivity. We see that consumers are starting to think, fairly a long way ahead about the kind of life they're going to live when everything is connected. But where is the money? Where is the value in IoT? And this was coming up in the last session a little bit as well. So connectivity and connectivity management is in fact, probably the lowest dollar value in the game. And where the value is really going to sit and where the effort is being applied is in those industry applications and services. And this is a combination of our data and data from our friends at Machina. And so we see that around about 75% of the value is really in that services area. So if you combine all of these trends together, massive connectivity, consumer expectations, that the value and the transformation is going to happen at an industry level, what does that mean for industries and companies? It means that they do have to move from the industrial age, where they were able to take control of their own business, control of their ecosystem, and they're going to have to launch into new ways of sharing information and collaboration. And as we saw yesterday, companies are seeing this coming. This is not a surprise to them. There is no news here. Business as usual is not going to cut it. They are moving into shared data, shared value. They are having to be a lot more open, a lot more interdependent. We're seeing cities open up their data and allow others to develop on top of that. And this is just going to continue. But it doesn't mean that everybody steps in at the same point or at the same pace. So why are different industries starting this journey? Or what is forcing different industries onto this journey? Because it happens in different ways. If you're sitting here in the energy sector, then you're probably feeling a bit more of a push than a pull today. Regulation is requiring smart metering. It's not necessarily something that every utility wants to go into, but it's something that they need to step into because we need to have a more efficient way of managing our energy supply. And we want to avoid investments in new energy plants if possible. And so managing the demand makes a lot of sense. But once you start because of regulation, perhaps driven by sustainability or driven by other factors, and once you have that connection then with the home, then that's when you have the possibility to add and build new services on top. So that can bring you into a situation where suddenly you have a relationship with the homeowner that you did not have before. And then you can open the door to connected home services and look at new revenue streams. That allows you to then start innovating completely new services by yourself or perhaps with partners. And you would have seen AT&T, for example, has built a portfolio of digital home services, some themselves and a number with partners. And then they're packaging that and selling that out to operators and utilities around the world. So it can, in fact, also go global. But every industry and every organisation in that industry has a somewhat unique journey. It's not that this is linear and that you start at efficiency and you end up at global. You can start in innovation and you can end up delivering efficiencies. And every customer we work with, we find, has their own journey along this paradigm. But those that are the front runners have paid a slightly higher price than those that are coming in the second wave. And when we talk about silos, I'm not talking about verticals as a silo. I'm talking about silos within an organisation, for example, where you may have built one particular service and you've built it from the platform all the way up. And then you want to add your second service and you realise that you have a massive integration work and you've done a lot of customisation and the business case is hard to stack up and perhaps you don't have all the competence you need in the organisation as well. And that slows you down and you end up in complicated workarounds for security, for example. That slows you down, so then you're not as agile as you want to be for new service launch and creation, and of course the costs can kill the business case. The approach that Ericsson is taking, or one of the approaches that we're taking, is to do a fairly high degree of pre-integration of the various platforms that we have, and then to make those available as a service. There's been a lot of time thinking about. You want to think about the capabilities that you need from that platform. And if it is one or several, provided they are integrated in an intelligent way and you can tap into the capabilities that you need right now for your business case, then that's what's most important. And you may need to host it locally. You may want to have it in a more public cloud. That's your choice. So we see that there's going to be a shift in the coming years towards developing and operating your IoT services in an as-a-service mode. And that's what we call our IoT accelerator. And within that, you see that you have your device management, you have security, you have analytics, and you have, of course, billing and settlement. And if we think about a few cases that we've been working with, there's an interesting one in Rwanda. So about 18 months ago, Ericsson signed on as the country of Rwanda's ICT partner. They have a big agenda to turn Rwanda into a very smart nation powered by ICT. And it's quite a holistic vision. We announced a few weeks ago the mobile money service, and we've also been working with the bus operators in Kigali. And their situation is not unique to Rwanda. They have a situation where the bus companies are under pressure to improve the quality of their service. People don't know when the buses are turning up. There's no online schedules. But the bus operators were saying, well, we want to deliver a better service, but we're not getting any money. So we need to fix that. So in this instance, once we connected a mobile payment capability in the buses, then of course the bus was connected and we knew where the bus was. When we know where the bus is, we can build passenger information systems. And once you know when the bus is going to turn up, because you see it on your device or you see it on the signage, then you're much more likely to catch the bus. And the money that leaked is now being captured, and the bus company is getting their settlement within minutes or days. It was taking 6 months. And this is not unique in Rwanda. We've seen transport operators in Europe in the same situation where they do not receive the revenues from the fare collection for a number of months. If we go to Estonia, and this is a great example where smart metering is being regulated, and we manage the rollout for the nation. And it's one thing just to deploy, I think in this case it was 650,000 metres. But then once the meters are in place, the utility there wanted to have better intelligence and insight into what's happening in their network. Has anyone been in the situation where the power has gone off at your house and you ring the utility company, you say, my lights are out, can you help me? And the next thing that they say is, can you have a look next door and tell me if the neighbour's lights are out as well? And if they're out, can you look down the street and tell me if the whole street is blacked out? This is quite a common occurrence at the moment. And so, of course, once you have the metering in place, then you can start to step towards smart grid communication and, in fact, smart grid control. And if you put analytics on top of this, then you can start to understand what are the preconditions when you see a variation in the voltage that can lead to an outage. And then, of course, your maintenance can become preventative and in time. And this is what's happening here. If we stay on the track of lighting, and I'll move fairly quickly through a few cases here, there's a lot that's been happening in the more innovation space as well. And one of the things that I think is really important when we look at smart cities is that there's a lot of infrastructure that is already taking up space. And we need to think about how does that infrastructure perform more than one task. And some of you may have seen this innovation that we built together with Philips Lighting, building on the fact that LED lighting reduces energy consumption by 80%. That's a pretty good business case right there. But it's even smarter if you also use that light pole for coverage for mobile broadband. And this is being deployed right now in LA and other places in the world. And on the same theme, we launched more of a concept. This is not fully commercial yet, but we're seeing quite a lot of interest in saying, well, bus stops are also expensive infrastructure. They take up a lot of space in the cities. And they perform an important purpose, but they can do a lot more. You can put coverage at the bus stop, the same as we do with a light pole. But you can also put security cameras there. And if you think that many people might not be catching public transport, perhaps in the evenings or because they're concerned about their safety, then having a security camera not only informs about what's happening in the city, but perhaps it also could have a chance to increase transportation take-up. which is good to ease traffic congestion. You can also embed different sensors in the bus stop. More and more cities now want to understand noise pollution, air quality, and other metrics. And naturally, you have your passenger information systems as well. And we see cases where the advertising on this infrastructure goes a long way to supporting the business case as well. In a mobility report today, we also have announced the latest stage in an innovation that we first unveiled, I think 2 years ago from memory, where we started to explore the potential of using the existing microwave backhaul systems that are in most cities in the world today to backhaul the data on the mobile network. And here we understood that while rain does not really impede the performance of the microwave, the rain hitting the microwave gives us a data point that we can capture and we can use in new ways. So what you see on the chart here, the finer detail is less important, but if you can make out the purple lines, this is where we have microwave links already installed in one of the telco networks in Gothenburg in Sweden. So you see lots and lots of purple lines covering a fairly good distance or geography. The yellow boxes are in fact the rain gauges. The level of accuracy of the microwave is several times that of the rain gauge. You can measure the rainfall within seconds. You can measure it at a lower point in the ground, and you can cover a larger geography. And it's actually less expensive too. If you look at the intensity of the level of detail that you get in the maps, on the left you see what you get from weather radar data, which is another way of checking rainfall. And on the right you can see what you achieve through the microwave. Now this has just been a research project for us right now in Gothenburg. But if you start to think about the principles of, the connected bus stop or connected lighting or multi-purpose use cases, what can we do when we have this data? I used to live in, I lived in Singapore for 5 years, and if you've ever been to Singapore or any sort of tropical environment, when it starts to rain and it rains extremely hard, then suddenly you have to find cover for sometimes an hour and a half. If retailers were to suggest to me that I can come in and get a discount coffee or that they're going to put on another service, then it can become quite an interesting data point for retailers. But of course, at a much more practical level, it very much helps with understanding how to manage floods in urban environments as well, because you can see exactly where the rain is falling and in what volume. And the last case I'll talk about, and I'm on a bit of a theme of water now, and there's a good discussion yesterday on water as well, and so I thought I would add this one in to talk about another research case that we have underway in Nairobi. Here we have a situation where there's about 40% of people are not getting all the water that they require. A huge proportion of that water it leaks, but it leaks physically because of cracks in pipes, but it also leaks through theft and informal water networks. People that are taking the water and they're selling it at exorbitant prices to people that really can't afford it. So a lot of people that are living in the slums are paying way more than they should for water. And a bit like our friends in the bus company in Kigali, then the utility is in a situation where their revenues don't allow them to improve the service levels. So together with UN Habitat and with the utility there, we've been conducting a research project to understand how do we tackle this issue in a more holistic way. It's not just about technology here. It's about understanding the behaviours, the underlying issues, but then seeing how we can try to solve it through the smart use of technology. The first thing was to be able to map the water infrastructure. There's the formal network of water, and then there's some certain informal links that have been installed and are being somewhat haphazardly maintained, and that can lead to a lot of contamination in the water supply. So understanding where the water is the first step, and then looking at where we put sensors to be able to measure and monitor that water. But then when it gets interesting is saying, well, it's one thing to understand that there's an issue in that part of the water supply, and that there's a crack or there's a leak or there's contamination. But how do we go about fixing it? And this is where a number of citizens were trained up, not necessarily engineers, but people that have got some technical capability were trained up to be able to go out and respond to these alerts. So they get a message to their device telling them where there is an issue with the water supply and what is required for them to do to help repair it. And then they can get paid through mobile money. Now, this is just in the first phase of the research. What we're also interested to understand over time is, once this sort of system is deployed in a really good partnership between the utility and the community, what then will the effects be in the society? If people have limited access to water, if they're having to travel long distances to collect it, if it's taking a disproportionate amount of their income, and in fact, if the water is contaminated and people are getting sick, then we know that there are negative effects on the society. So we're really keen in the next phase to understand, once this is in place and if it's up and working in a great way, what benefits can we then measure in the community as a result of this? It's really not about the utility fixing it on their own. It's really about the utility working as part of a community. We talk a lot about ecosystems, and I think many of the examples I've shared here hopefully give you a bit of insight into the difference between having one system that is controlled by one company and one entity, and how you can step into systems where you collaborate in a much more open and new way with others. And we say that's going from ecosystems to ecosystems. Thank you.
Before you run away, any questions for Stephanie?
Or speeches.
No speeches, no comments, but questions. There's one. Mirko, can you shout? Yes,
thanks. Stephanie, great talk. And I like the project. I had one remark when you were talking about smart bus stops and all the applications we can put inside a smart bus stop, and you were talking about noise pollution. My first was thinking about microphones at a bus stop in a public space. And I think if this is the next step of thinking, citizens won't accept that. So whatever, we can do everything from a technology perspective, but we can't introduce technology on that way because it will be getting a great barrier. And I think it's important to think about the user experience.
Absolutely, and as I point out, this is an innovation case right now, and there's a lot of complexity in resolving, who invests, what the relationships are, and also the privacy issues. I mean, there's already, in North America in particular, you already have sensors that are detecting gunshots, for example, and so they are tuned to recognise the sound of a gunshot and to be able to calculate the distance and send that information to the authorities. It's not my understanding that they also pick up your conversation. But we've all seen, the challenges that Samsung had with their connected TVs recently. So I think it's a very valid concern. So I think this is really much about finding out, how do we filter out the noise, literally, in these sensors and collect just the data that you need for your use case. Because if you look at there's an emerging work around total value calculation as well. And when cities move, for example, from conventional powered buses to electric buses, the noise reduction is dramatic. And that has a big improvement on the quality of life for people and also supports people moving back into the cities. So I think it is a challenge about how you filter out the information that you capture, but also consulting with the community on how the use case is going to work. So yeah, this is another reason why we have such a strong research organisation, so we don't just dive straight in and then find these challenges.
Let me give a last remark. I think it's not a technical challenge to filter it out. We all can do that.
It's both.
A challenge how to communicate such solutions to the citizens.
Absolutely. No, I agree. I'm not suggesting that it is just filtering the actual noise. It's also communicating with the community and understanding what is being captured and what it's used for. I mean, there's a big issue, I think, with a temptation to capture as much data as you possibly can and then figure out later how you would use it. I think responsible companies will collect just the data they need for that particular use case and that make sure that there's an open dialogue about what is being collected and how it is going to be used. Otherwise, smart cities turn into surveillance cities, and no one wants that.
One last question? Not? Join me to say thank you very much, Stephanie.
Thank you.
See you around. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Yeah. Thank you for having me here. My name is Kai Hagbart. I'm with Process Software. I will introduce our company a little bit in a second. In addition, being evangelist for Process Software, I'm also in the board of directors of the OSGI Alliance. And I will also have a few slides on who OSGI Alliance is and what they do in IoT. Okay, so then let's get started. So Process is an IoT middleware vendor. We specifically focus on this OSGI technology that's usually being used in a gateway, be it a smart home gateway or any kind of other IoT gateway. And we also have a management platform to do device management, software provisioning, and so on. And as I said, Bosch acquired us last year, and Bosch is also investing heavily in IoT. So they had already built their own IoT suite with lots of different components for identity management, data analytics, and so on. Also, connecting to gateways and do rollout of software and so on. And so they also have the vision to build an IoT ecosystem, an open IoT ecosystem with partners. So we basically follow what everybody else has been saying so far, and nobody can do IoT alone, and that counts the same way for Bosch as well. And so Process basically, is complementary to the Bosch IoT suite, and we have been integrating it now, and so it's basically available as part of the Bosch IoT suite, but also as separate products. So just a short overview on how this basically looks. I mean, Bosch is the world's largest automotive supplier. Bosch is one of the world's largest suppliers of household appliances. We are the largest supplier for sensors and so on. So Bosch really has a lot of products where we see that this is being part of an IoT ecosystem. Yeah, and we also see that IoT is disrupting our business. So we want to drive it as well. So this starts, with software, embedded software in the devices as inside, like edge devices, and as well then connected to the gateway, where we have the OSGI stack from Process. We have a cloud and enterprise software stack. This is a Bosch IoT suite that comes, as I said, with components for doing rollouts, for doing remote management, for doing device management, and so on. And then there is the end user part to it as well. So in terms of market presence, so we have about more than 5 million connected devices using these products. There are about 150 plus projects that are used in various areas. And there are about 700 plus experts just inside Bosch Software Innovations, the part that Process basically will merge into. But overall in Bosch there are even more experts working on IoT. And Bosch was early on IoT, and it's also driven by the CEO, Mr. Danner, that he really is supervising also these activities on IoT and especially Bosch Software Innovations, and has been starting to invest in IoT since 2008. So I wanted to start with something, because I'm doing this for now 15 and a half years, and I wanted to start, how I see the evolution basically. So when I joined Process in 2001, we were one of the few software vendors focusing on connected homes. That was really, there were not a lot of companies doing this. The term Internet of Things was already invented, but it was mainly used in the scientific research community. When we were talking to customers in different domains, an open platform was really scary to them. Yeah, they didn't want to have an open platform. Yeah, and everybody was on the hunt for a killer application, which, in my opinion, was one of the problems why it never really took off. Yeah. So SMS was like, the prime example. We need something like SMS that, guarantees us billions of euros of profit, right? And of course, they didn't find anything like this, right? And investments haven't been made because of this. And then we had also, of course, customers that, hired us to develop smart home products for them. But when they were close to launching the product, they actually canceled it for various reasons. Yeah, I mean, they had doubts in their business model, the costs were too high, various reasons. But this was, let's say, a problem we were fighting with for a couple of years. Yeah. And in my opinion, I think we were trying to offer a solution for something that was not a problem yet. Yeah. So that's basically how I perceived it. So since then, things have obviously changed. Process also, has evolved. We have various customers like Deutsche Telekom with the KiwiCon smart home system, the platform. AT&T Digital Life is also using our OSGI stack in their gateway, Devolo, and various other companies. So we did really, have this experience or made this experience during this 15 years. So today it's all about platforms and ecosystems. So we heard that there will be, or there are around 360 plus IoT platforms according to IoT analytics. Of course, it's not all the same. So it's some focus more on data analytics, some more on device connectivity. So you cannot really say there are 360 platforms and they compete with each other. So that's definitely not the reality. I agree with the colleague from Microsoft here. And there's a still growing amount of communication protocols. So especially in the smart home domain, we still see this, like, there is Thread and there are various other protocols that basically are initiatives that have been launched. We are also starting to witness a first phase of consolidation. OIC bought the assets from UPnP, then Qualcomm, Microsoft, and Intel joined OIC, and they, call it now Open Connectivity Foundation. So there is some movement there. And so what I'm also seeing about the platforms right now is, I mean, we usually talk about, and let's call it, maybe not the right term, a closed smart home ecosystem, like what Deutsche Telekom is doing. Yeah, so they open it up, the platform, for third-party developers in order to create a bigger IoT or a smart home application platform. So, but it's on its own. What I'm seeing in the future is that the smart home will be part of the smart grid. The smart grid will be part of the smart city. So we need to be not only be able to have interoperability on a, let's say, on the level of the platform to connect with devices, we also need to be able to connect the platforms between each other. Yeah, because there is no one that can do this or is doing this alone. So there will be platforms from Microsoft, there will be platforms from Bosch and all the other vendors, and we somehow need to be able to make them interoperate. So what we also see now is IoT cloud platforms are on the rise. So Bosch just launched its IoT cloud in March this year. There are lots of others from GE, Microsoft, Amazon, Salesforce, SAP, and here I want to make a point that I think that we also have to work on this. Here, let's not get started about to talk about interoperability. Yeah, we use all different containers. Yeah, some use something like OpenStack, Docker, Cloud Foundry, you name it. And interoperability is not like, at least not to me, providing a REST interface. Yeah, so we need to be able to exchange services. They have microservices architecture, and they should be able to complement each other where necessary. Then, of course, the industrial internet, as we see it in Bosch, will definitely and fundamentally disrupt the manufacturing industry. So we are not just, let's say, producer of IoT, we are also a user of IoT in our, let's say, plants. Yeah? So what we see is that cyber-physical systems will change the existing automation hierarchy. Yeah? So, this 5 layers, I/O, PLC, SCADA, MES, ERP, yeah? This will be self-organizing. Yeah? Then, of course, increasing operational efficiency by managing assets and optimizing processes. And also reducing downtimes with preventive maintenance, just to name a few. Yeah? Of course, there is a whole lot more to it. But the thing is, in the stage, as at least I perceive it right now, we are still in a phase where we do a lot of proof of concept and where adoption is yet still to come. So there are, some manufacturers of machines that, maybe let's call them, that have IoT-enabled machines, but they are on its own. There's maybe a couple of services for, maintenance and so on, but it's not really interconnected within the plant, and it's more or less a service that, these manufacturers then offer for their machines. The World Economic Forum expects that the industrial internet, or IIoT, is going to disrupt businesses within the next 5 years. So I think that's aligned with what I see as well. All right. So we saw this slide yesterday. I think this is just nice to visualize the complexity and the fragmentation, right? So there are so many players in this here, in the different domains, some of them, in vertical, some are horizontal, and everybody kind of, abuses, not everybody, but many actually abuse the term IoT. Everybody thinks, they have something, to offer in the IoT domain where, I would be, where I would say it's discussable. Then this is a slide I've made last year, mapping of industry alliances. So, and this is just a Bosch view. It's of course, it's a whole lot bigger, but you can see there, there are different phases and different organizations in it. So we talk about requirements where we, at Bosch at least, are heavily involved in the Industrial Internet Consortium. We talk about specifications. We talk about standards, test and certification, and there are various organizations that, cover certain parts of it. Some of them, let's say, more than others, like, for example, 1M2M, OSGI, Java, Etsy, and so on. And then we see the open source world that actually, can be, how to call it, that can be used for market development and also commercial incubation. Yeah, so it really helps us to bring IoT solutions, faster to the market. And there are various organizations, of course, in the open source world. Bosch is heavily involved in Eclipse Foundation. We drive various IoT working groups, or not working groups, or IoT projects there. And then there is, of course, to the commercial incubation part, there are other organizations like IoT and so on that help us, to bring that, to the market. Some of them are, let's say, driven by industry, and some others are driven by government organizations. So Process and Bosch believe, let's say, in an open, standardized approach. Especially from OSGI Alliance. OSGI Alliance was founded in 1999, and we actually, when we started OSGI Alliance, was with a vision of connected home, connecting devices. So we didn't call it IoT, but it basically, was all about it. So since then, we have proven that, this architecture that we designed works in many different areas. It is mature. It is available in form of open source and commercial software, and it's spread in various industries. So it's really a very generic architecture. It's not just used in smart home or in IoT. It's also used in enterprise cloud environments. So it's really a very, let's say, generic part, and I will explain a bit more about it. We have a transparent development process in comparison to many other organizations. So when we work on a specification, we make all the stages, every update we do publicly available. So we also, allow non-members to, give us feedback and, kind of participate in the process. So these are a few members of the OSGI Alliance. So as you can see, also a couple of big ones, Deutsche Telekom, Huawei, Oracle, IBM, NTT, and Bosch. And so OSGI is about modularity and services. So it's a modular software architecture that kind of follows the principles of service-oriented architectures. It's an execution environment. It provides various APIs, various standardized services. We have defined a device abstraction layer so that a developer that works on, be it a home gateway or another gateway, and has to interact with devices in using various protocols, he only needs to work against one API, not against the various APIs. He doesn't need to be an expert in Bluetooth and all the other protocols. So as I said, it's a common architecture that is applicable to various domains. So basically what we do is, it's Java based. So what we do is we add modularity to Java. Yeah? And it can run locally on one device, but it can also be distributed among many servers. So OSGI defines, has standardized and dynamic service life cycle. So we can remotely manage an OSGI environment in a home gateway or other gateway, as I said. And we can, do like a software update. We can install new components. We can delete components. We can start and stop them, and so on. So, and it's portable, reusable, enables faster time to market, and also reducing maintenance costs in the software development process. And it's actually meant to build an ecosystem of different providers. So this is how it can look like. So you have on the left side different sensors, devices. You have the various protocols. You have here we have home gateway, but it could be any kind of other gateway, an operating system, a Java virtual machine, and then the OSGI environment with a device abstraction layer where you can build on top your applications. And then we have on the back-end side, capabilities to do device management, software management, and also this, let's say, management part is standardized. So we did, specifications for OMA DM and for tier 69. And we are also now working, for example, on MQTT and CoAP and so on. So OSGI recently launched an IoT expert group. We used to have a residential expert group that did a couple of IoT-related specifications. And we are now have 12 active member companies within the IoT expert group. And we are currently in a phase of collecting requirements. So this relate to improvements to the device access specification. That is a mechanism that basically, when you plug in a device to your gateway, that it automatically detects what kind of device it is, and that the corresponding drivers can be automatically installed from a remote management system or from the device itself or from the gateway. We are working on a security testing platform. So basically what we try to do is like a best practices approach for security in OSGI environments. And as I said, we are working on support for co-op and MQTT in OSGI. We also have an IoT demo that if you go to the OSGI site, you can see this. We have something where we do, manage, for example, Lego trains. And it's also an extendable demo. So what I want to go now is a bit of a practical, let's say, approach that we are doing in Bosch right now. So we are part of the Industrial Internet Consortium, and within the IIC, you can set up test beds where you collaborate with other companies, and we have been, let's say, in the course of these developments, we identified that there are 3 challenges for IoT solution development. So one is about rapid application development for IoT. You need to be able to quickly, efficiently build user interfaces and applications. You need to be able to manage the heterogeneity and diversity, especially of devices. And especially for the manufacturing domain, this is true, you need to be able to build customizable IoT solutions, because it's all different in, for the different plans, if you want. So we launched the IIC track and trace testbed in 2015. Emil knows it very well from previous presentations. This was the first testbed in IIC, and Bosch did it in collaboration with Tech Mahindra, Cisco. So what we are basically doing is we have different kinds of industrial tools in a shop floor. So for tightening, riveting, measuring, and so on. And it's really about, first of all, receiving a location of the tools. Where are the tools? Yeah. But it's also about receiving data from using the tool. So if you, for example, tighten a screw on an airplane, you can basically receive the data from the tightening process and store it. For example, quality purposes. You want to prove that the tightening process was according to, the specifications. And you can analyze it in order to maybe, optimize the tightening process. Yeah. And then, of course, depending on the location, the tightening or the tool can be automatically configured for the job. Yeah. So you can manage basically the fleet of devices. And of course, there are a whole lot of different systems involved here: the tools, MES, ERP, PLM, and the workstations that are kind of interconnected here in order to make such a scenario possible. So yeah, it's about open standards and interfaces for mastering heterogeneity. Indoor localization accuracy is, let's say, something that is very important, but very expensive. So in Berlin, in March, we had the Bosch Connected World, and we demonstrated an indoor localization solution from a partner company, and we had an accuracy of 10 centimeters, which is good, but still too expensive. Then, yeah, it's about integrating this in the factory at multiple levels. We, did this in partnership with various companies, as I said, and we want to create an ecosystem of collaborating partners here. Okay, and So yeah, this is about, I just have to speed up a little bit, about managing the heterogeneity of devices. I mean, you have many different product categories, product variants, and versions. Yeah, so you need to somehow be able to manage this, and we use the Bosch IoT suite for connecting the devices and operating them. And we have launched this Eclipse Water project, which is basically enabling you in a not too technical way to describe your devices in form of information models, and then generate this for different IoT platforms. So we didn't stop there. So what we did also is we worked with PTC, ThingWorx, to basically show that what I talked about earlier, that we need interoperability between IoT platforms. And we did this with the help of the Water project. So we basically describe the information model of this tightening tool with Water, and then we generate the corresponding, let's say, code for the different IoT platforms, in this case IoT Suite and ThingWorx. And then we basically, enable interoperability. And what we did here is basically, so I will be soon ready. So we have the sensors devices here that are connected to the OSGI environment. We have the IoT remote manager that, for example, could possibly do also firmware over-the-air updates. And we have the Water information model that basically, generates, or the Water that generates a code for our IoT platform, for ThingWorx. And in ThingWorx, we basically use the mashup builder to, create in a more efficient way, mashups. And we have it's a track and trace IoT application, and we have also another application that I won't talk about now. And this is how it can look like, one such mashup. So you want to be able to receive, the data and visualize it in a tightening curve. You want to know the status of the device. You want to know where it is. So all the different kinds of information that basically helps you to, be more efficient and to manage the fleet of assets. Yeah, and then, as I said, so we believe in an open standards approach with open source, OSGI and Water as, let's say, two big examples. But there's, of course, more to it. Yeah, as I said, we are, involved in various open source projects within the Eclipse Foundation. So this is just, a snapshot of what we are really doing. Okay, and with this, I'm done.
Thank you very much, Kai. One brief question.
Sorry for...
No problem. One question to the gentleman who's there.
I'm a software developer from a middleware, which is actually based in OSGI, and the name is LinkSmart. My question is, we are facing a lot of trouble to convince some developers to keep using OSGI, because yes, it really modular is nice to deploy software and so on. But the learning curve is quite steep. It's really hard to get into, and also it's the deployment tools are really good, but the development tools are quite difficult, and you start to introduce a lot of problems that you not have in Java if you use OSGI. And I would like to know if you are and also that OSGI is not standard Java, it's also a problem. And this was part of the second question. The first is if you are doing something to improving the tooling, developing tooling for OSGI. And second, if you will in some day be part of the standard Java, like OSGI.
Okay. So to answer the first part, I mean, I think OSGI is not the problem. It's a concept of modularity that requires you to learn. Yeah. But obviously, we also notice that you know, there are developers that you know have you know, that are struggling you know, with OSGI, and I don't know whether you heard about the En route project. So it's if you go to the OSGI website, you will find it. So basically, what we do is like, you know, taking away the pain that comes with OSGI by providing a lot of ready-to-use components. Yeah. And yeah, not to be, let's say, too focused on the OSGI on the modularity part. Yeah, so we try to ease, let's say, this pain with this. It's based on, you know, BND tools. Peter Kreens also, you know, took existing components, modularized them, and basically makes them available in a tool chain. That's the first part, and I mean, it's still work in progress. So version 1 is out, yeah, and the focus was more on, let's say, web application development, and now we enter the second phase and also want to go, of course, you know, focus on IoT. For the second part, I mean, now that Jigsaw is coming, it's very unlikely that IoT is, let's say, that OSGI is, let's say, becoming part of standard Java. Yeah, but we don't see this as a problem. So first of all, OSGI is the only organization that has, let's say, is allowed to do Java specifications. Yeah, so it's standard. Yeah, it just doesn't come with a JVM, right? And yeah, as I said, so Jigsaw is about modularizing the JVM, yeah, and we basically are complementary when it's about, you know, modularizing applications, more complex applications.
The thing is, for example, if you oh, sorry.
we can yeah, exactly, yeah. Sorry about this, yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much, Kai.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Thank you.
Andrew.
No, not a problem. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's I went for the Madonna microphone. This is a first for me. I hope you can hear me. My name's Andrew Watson. I'm Technical Director of Object Management Group. I have about 25 minutes to give you a little bit of background on what we're doing in the Internet of Things space. And specifically, I'm going to be talking about the industrial Internet of Things. And I'll explain in a moment the distinction between that and IoT in general. Let's see if this works. Oh, that's good. So first of all, let's introduce who we are. OMG is a approximately 30-year-old open standards organization. And for those of you who know the other abbreviate the other acronym OMG in English, I just want to point out we had the initials before the teenagers. Before any of them were born, we were using OMG as the name of our organization. And obviously, if we'd known it would end up meaning something entertaining for teenagers today, we might have chosen a different name. But nevertheless, that is our name and we're sticking with it. Object Management Group. What do? We produce open standards, free open standards to help interconnect software components in industry. We work on middleware platforms. Initially, we were known for our Corba platform, more recently for DDS, the Data Distribution Service. I'll talk about that in a second. We're perhaps best known today for our modeling platforms. If you use UML or BPMN in your work, you are using an OMG specification, implemented by a tool vendor, but according to our specification. We do a lot of work in systems assurance. I'll talk about that in a second. And we also do vertical integration specifications for particular application domains, like finance, like healthcare. We're member controlled, we're not for profit, and our product is free. As Richard Stallman is fond of saying, this joke works in English, I don't know if it works in other languages. Richard Stallman is fond of saying that's free in two senses of the word. Free as in free beer. Our specifications cost nothing. You can go and pull them down from our website and pay no money. But more importantly, free as in free speech. We do our best to ensure that there are no IPR restrictions on you using the specification. No patents you have to license, no agreements you have to sign, you don't have to get your lawyers involved. And that is very important. You can sit at your workstation, pull down one of our specifications, and be working with it within minutes. You don't have to walk down the corridor to talk to legal or talk to purchasing. We have over 400 members. This is not a complete list of our members. So if your organization is a member of OMG and you can't see your name here, I apologize. This is only the list that I can fit onto the slide at a font size you can read. It's only intended to show you that we have both users and vendors of IT information technology amongst our members. So, to the subject matter of the day. The industrial Internet of Things. What do I mean by this? I stole this picture from a report by General Electric. The report is a couple of years old, maybe 3 years old now, but I do recommend it because it has what I think is the best analysis of the basis of the industrial Internet of Things. And their analysis begins in the Middle Ages. Before the Industrial Revolution, everything that moved, to a first approximation, moved because of the power of muscle, either human muscle or animal muscle. Yes, there were a few water mills and windmills, but roughly speaking, everything that moved through the power of muscle. The Industrial Revolution changed that. We harnessed steam, we harnessed electricity, we started mass-producing goods. We had a massive increase in our gross domestic products of our various countries, and human prosperity increased. The quality of life got better. The second revolution, the information revolution, they've called it Internet revolution here, but I think information revolution is a better term. Before about 1950, if data got processed, it got processed by the human mind. After about 1950, increasingly, we're using information technology, computers, to mechanically process information. And again, it's produced a revolution, an internet revolution, information revolution. Again, people are becoming more productive. Again, quality of life is improving. In this analysis, General Electric's analysis, we are on the verge of a third revolution, an industrial internet revolution that combines the strengths of these two previous revolutions, combining machinery and information processing so that we can understand more and more quickly what our machinery is doing so that we can tailor it, optimize it to perform its tasks more efficiently. And it's based on this industrial data loop. It starts and ends at the top with the instrumented machine. General Electric builds jet engines, so of course in this slide the machine is a jet engine, but it could be a motor car, it could be a piece of industrial machinery on the shop floor. And we instrument it. It's doing its job today, and we know roughly speaking how it works. But if we instrument it, as the Microsoft speaker 2 or 3 speakers ago said, there are thousands of sensors today on a jet engine like this, gathering data in real time. We need to collect that data, store it, analyze it, using big data analytics, and then present the findings from all of this monitoring to the user in an actionable form. The vast quantities of data spewing out of the machine are no good to the user unless it's analyzed and boiled down to data, to information that that user can comprehend and then use to affect the way the machine performs. And so we go around the loop. What are the benefits that we can hope to achieve from doing this? Well, here are some examples that I shamelessly stole from people who have presented at other conferences where I've been speaking about the industrial internet. John Deere is an American company that makes farm machinery. Today, you can either buy or retrofit to your existing John Deere farm machinery GPS guidance systems. So that when you're seeding your field, if you're a farmer, when you are seeding your wheat field, you can be sure to lay the seed down with no overlaps and no gaps. And by doing so, compared to doing that job manually, John Deere reckons that you can achieve about a 10% cost saving. You're neither wasting the seed, nor are you failing to seed every part of the field. 10% cost saving at current prices means about 40 UK pounds per acre, or about 150 euros per hectare. For a large farmer, that's significant. Then at the other end of the season, you come to harvest the fields. And again, I stole 2 examples from one presenter. Again, your GPS-guided John Deere harvester can run autonomously, continuously, at its optimum 7 kilometers per hour all day. If you drive one of these machines by hand, the observation is that the operator averages only about 5 kilometers per hour. Perhaps he gets tired, his attention wanders, perhaps he doesn't want to drive the machine as hard as it could be driven. But what that means is that you can harvest, using the same machinery, 30% more in a day. These are big, expensive machines, big capital cost. You only use them, certainly in the UK, where the weather is sometimes bad, you only use them for maybe 20 days a year. You really want to get the most out of that machine for the time you're using it. 30%, harvesting 30% more in a day is a big, big deal. Optimizing equipment usage, using weather windows, reducing operator fatigue, reducing the stress and strain on the people who are driving these machines. Volvo excavators. Today you can buy a Volvo excavator and you can program into the onboard computer a CAD model of the hole that you want to dig. And I say hole, but of course you're probably digging quite a complex structure, foundations for a building, whatever it is. And the machine can then do that 10 to 20% faster than a human operator could drive the same machine. So these are the kinds of benefits that we can achieve by combining information technology and the machinery that largely we are already using, but we're operating by hand. But along with those benefits come risks, and we really must not ignore or downplay these risks. This got mentioned, touched on a couple of times this morning. I really want to hammer this point home because this is important. And if you take one thing away from my presentation today, please, it's the next 2 slides. December 2014, a cyber attack on a German steel factory mentioned in a report from the German Federal Security Agency causes, quote, massive damage, unquote. The details, unfortunately, are a little sketchy, and this, of course, tends to be the problem. If you've suffered a problem like this, you don't tend to advertise it. But we need to pay attention to this. This is a disaster that occurred for 2 reasons. One, because the steelworks was now attached to the internet, was using industrial control systems, and there was a route from those control systems into the wider internet. And 2, there was a malign, advanced persistent threat. We could call them hackers, but really we're almost certainly talking about some government agency somewhere that launched this attack. This wasn't somebody sitting in a basement, in their mother's basement, with an idle couple of moments on their hands. This was a planned, coordinated attack. They launched a spear phishing attack on the people working in the back office, doing the accounts or the payroll or whatever it was, and then they jumped through the firewall into the control system, and it's actually quite possible that this was industrial espionage that went wrong, that in fact the damage was not intended. But nevertheless, whilst the blast furnace was being shut down, the control systems malfunctioned, causing damage to the lining of the blast furnace. I have another example that's not on my slides that's more recent than this. This was December 2014. December 2015, as you may know, 220,000 Ukrainian electricity customers were cut off from the grid for 3 hours. And it was a similar story. This was an advanced persistent threat, almost certainly a government agency, deliberately launching an attack on multiple substations, going in through a spear phishing attack on the back office, jumping through the firewall, doing things like reprogramming industrial controllers with malware, which they wrote specially for the attack. In that case, could almost certainly have been worse. The people who are analyzing the attack, and we're very fortunate in the Ukrainian case, the Ukrainians kept very good log files. It's possible to go back and do the forensics and find out a little bit about what happened. The attackers went to the trouble, as I say, of rewriting deliberately defective control systems, uploading them into Ethernet to serial converters, and then when it was time to launch their attack, triggering that malware. And then they also, for instance, launched a denial of service attack on the the call center, bombarding it with phone calls, so to delay the phone company finding out how bad the effect of the attack was. If you can delay, stop the customer phoning up for 10 minutes, 15 minutes to say, my power's gone down, the power company may not realize how bad the problem was. So, and Stuxnet is another great example. We can be even-handed about this. Stuxnet was almost certainly written by the Americans. You can speculate on who launched the Ukrainian attack, but I think your guess would be the same as mine. Everybody's doing this. Governments are doing this. If we are going to deploy the industrial internet in the ways we're talking about today, we have to be on our guard not only against the hackers, but also against governments who don't have the same philosophy that we do, whichever our philosophy is. Another example, and this is more about the Internet of Things rather than the industrial Internet of Things. Hands up everybody here who's got a router at home, broadband router at home. Right. Hands up anybody here who has ever patched their router at home with upgraded firmware. Well done. Most people, of course, it's a device you go into your local electrical equipment store, you buy it, you read just enough of the manual to switch it on and get it working, and then it sits behind the sofa, routing traffic back and forth. You've forgotten about it. The vendor has almost certainly forgotten about it as well. There are vulnerabilities that are revealed with it, things like Heartbleed or the bash vulnerability. The bad guys know about these, they can exploit them, they can break into your router. Why does that matter? Why does it matter that your router is compromised? Do you do online banking at home? If you do online banking at home, every bit of information that goes from your machine to the bank goes through the router. You may be using SSL, but if you connected to the bank by typing their address into the address bar and your router was compromised, a DNS redirection takes the traffic not to your bank, but to who knows where. I'm sorry if that sounded like gobbledygook. The point I'm making is this. If your router is compromised, it's game over as far as security goes for your home banking. This happened in Brazil. 4.5 million home routers compromised in Brazil for exactly this reason. The hackers wanted to conduct financial fraud. And after they got on top of the problem and they started getting the customers to patch them, we're down to only about 300,000 compromised home routers in the country of Brazil. Only 300,000. Only 300,000 people at risk of financial fraud if they do home banking. If we were looking for an analog to what the home, the domestic Internet of Things will look like, I fear it will look like this. People will go out and buy a smart television or a smart fridge, take it home, plug it in. They won't patch it. The vendor will forget about it. It'll be the internet of buggy, unpatched, insecure things. Okay. So, what are the three most important IoT design policy goals? I took these from an analysis by our sister organization, the Industrial Internet Consortium. Three most important IoT design policy goals: safety. We must not cause physical injury or damage to health. Security. No unintended or unauthorized access. Resilience. System avoids, absorbs, and manages adversarial conditions whilst completing the assigned mission. Anyone care to argue with this as the three most important policy design goals for the Industrial Internet of Things? It's roughly speaking safety, safety, and safety. So we have demanding requirements when we build this new industrial internet that we're talking about. We must build safe, secure, and resilient systems. That means documenting, and let's face it, in the IT business, documentation has never been our long suit. Documenting and then achieving design goals, even in the face of bad actors who are attempting remote interference. We're going to need designers who have tools and skills that cut across multiple engineering disciplines. They're no longer just mechanical engineers. They also have to be data scientists. They have to be user interface designers. They have to be cybersecurity experts above all. So if we're to squeeze inefficiencies out of complex systems, the people who are doing this work must be Renaissance engineers who have all these skills and tools that support these skills. Yes, we need sensors and instrumentation embedded in the machines, that goes without saying, and we need, I'm a standards guy, so I would say this, we need widely used standards to support all of these things. And at OMG, we're already laying down the standards foundations in the areas that I've just talked about here. We're doing work on assurance. Assurance, in the general case, is a measure of the confidence that a system meets its policy goals. So assurance can be information assurance, safety assurance, software assurance, and overall integrated system assurance. So we're creating systems assurance specifications that provide a common framework for the analysis and exchange of information about system assurance and system trustworthiness. And these are some of the specifications that we have created, and there are tools available based on all of them. The structured assurance case meta model allows engineers to represent auditable claims, arguments, and evidence that a system meets a particular set of requirements. Automated source code security measures allow us to examine the code of the system that got deployed to see if it has any of the top 20 or so software vulnerabilities. For those of you who know about these things, you may be amused to learn, I certainly was, that even almost 20 years after Microsoft made it a priority to fix buffer overflows in Microsoft software, in software in general, not picking on Microsoft in particular, but even today, 20 years later, buffer overflows are still the third most exploited vulnerability in deployed software. This isn't rocket science. SQL injection attacks, the #1 most popular exploited vulnerability that we know about, that we can detect today, that we can fix, and yet it's still out there and it's still being used. We at OMG produce standards for how to analyze source code to find these vulnerabilities to get them fixed. And another assurance specification, dependability assurance framework for safety-sensitive consumer devices, a methodology for designing safety-sensitive consumer devices. I'll crack on, I don't have much time. We have produced a specification for systems engineers. Systems engineers are exactly the people who design multidisciplinary engineering systems that include hardware, software, human processes, chemical flows, and so on. If you design an oil refinery or a motor car, at the top level, you're doing a systems engineering job. SysML is a language designed to help you graphically model that design that you're creating. Created in association with the International Council on Systems Engineering in COSE. Ontologies. If you're gathering these vast quantities of data from your machinery and analyzing it, you need to have some idea of what the data means. You need to be able to ascribe meanings to the individual pieces of data, put it into hierarchies and organizations. The ontology definition meta model, ODM, is exactly this, a specification to help categorize, analyze data, and reason about the relationships between the different parts of the data. No time to say more. Visit our website or ask me questions afterwards if you want to know more. User interfaces. If you're going to have a user interface that allows you to view the vast quantity of data coming out of the machine and influence the way it behaves, you're going to need to design a good user interface. IFML, the interaction flow modeling language, is an abstract modeling notation to allow you to model a user interface independent of the underlying presentation technology. And yes, we need to move large quantities of data around. Data distribution services, OMG's middleware in this area. It's implemented by different vendors. At least some of those vendors have implementations that are certified to DO-178C level A. That is the safety certification level of the software that flies airliners. The FAA and the EASA in Europe, when they certify a new passenger aircraft for flight, they're using security, they're using safety certification standards, either DO178 C-level-A or its equivalents, you can get DDS implementations that are certified to that level, that you can build into the most safety-critical systems. And just a couple of examples to finish on my last two slides. These are systems where some of the specifications that I've talked about, implemented by OMG members, implemented by tool vendors, are being used in real systems today. This is the Grand Coulee Dam in the United States. It's the largest US hydro plant at 6.8 gigawatts. It's the fastest responding major power source on the US western grid, because it turns out America has 3 power grids. US has an eastern grid, a western grid, and Texas has a grid all of its own. Texans think they're from a separate country, and they have their own power grid. But on the western grid, the Grand Coulee Dam is the fastest responding power source, and it's controlled by a SCADA system which uses DDS to move the data around, to monitor and control the systems within that dam. NASA is building a new launch vehicle, the Orion launch vehicle, to follow on from the shuttle. For the first time in over 2 decades, they're building a new launch control system. Their launch control system obviously monitors and controls the entire launch for a day or so before the launch, right up through the moment the rocket lifts off. This system is based again on DDS. At its peak, when the rocket is launching, it handles 400,000 messages a second, being moved around between 300,000 data points. A point is either a sensor or an actuator. First launched in December 2014, and here it is in action, launching an Orion rocket, based on an open OMG specification DDS to move the data around. So, in summary, what IoT standards do we need? Obviously, we need to move the data around. So we need standards like DDS to allow multiple vendors' products to work together with the minimum reconfiguration. But in addition, this is very important, in addition, we need tools, we need training, and yes, we need standards for specifying, analyzing, designing, and verifying these new complex systems we're building that combine multiple bits of equipment into large, complex systems engineering systems. We need dependability assurance. We need threat and risk modeling. We need to measure source code security and robustness and handle other safety, security, and resilience issues. And yes, part of the reason I'm here today is to tell you that our organization, OMG, already publishes standards in all of these areas. So thank you very much indeed. It was short. It probably should have been shorter. If you have any questions, we may have time now, but if not, do please email me or visit OMG's website for more information. Thank you.
Just in terms of the overall time, I'll probably have to ask you to ask Andrew the questions over lunchtime, or
that works.
Use the email addresses. We are running a bit behind schedule,
Surely.
so apologies for that.
No, not a problem.
So, could I ask the next speaker?
Okay. Peter Fries is supposed to join us online, but we are still having some small issues there with the connection. So maybe if we now skip this one and we do it later on, Sebastian and Ivan will try to sort out that part. And then I invite the colleagues for the retail panel. So we do a little bit of speech. So Bojan and Pierre, Martin. I already gave the slides there, so just take the floor. Yeah. So, okay, bit of a I think if you can just take the microphone. And anyhow, we were supposed to start this retail panel by my presentation. So I have the microphone. I don't have to wait. And I can do it even without slides sometime. So the panel is about retail mainly, and how IoT can help in retail. On the panel we have me, okay, I'm more IT guy or IoT guy, whatever technology. And the other 3 persons are coming more from the end user perspective. So Bojan is there. He's from a company Univer Export, which is Serbian retailer. They have quite a number of shops in the north of Serbia and also a few of them in Belgrade. Then we have Pierre Blanc. Pierre is, I don't know, should be around here. So Pierre is from France. He's running an association of French retailers. So Ocean and a couple of these others that I can't pronounce properly in French, so I don't even try it. And they are working on as an association to see how to help retailers improve their business, and mainly it's using IT technology. And then we have somebody from Brazil, and you are more of a company that are providing some solutions for retail. So that's a setup. And one of the background for this session is that we started in January a project in a Horizon 2020 context, Tag It Smart. There is a stand in front of the conference room. You can come by just to see or to get more information about that. And the project is about using printed technology to create sensors, and to create sensors that will allow us to create, on the other hand, Internet of Things for mass market products. So today, IoT and all of the presentations so far that we had were about IoT, and we said connectivity, and then there was a cellular connectivity, then there was somebody who was saying about satellite connectivity, but it all costs some money. So if you want to connect a car, then it's fine to have devices which cost 10, 20, 50 euro. Or some of the other, for ECG, yeah, it probably can cost also some money. Even the smartwatches, they cost actually quite a lot of money. But if you want to connect a bottle of water, it can't cost 50 euro. It can't cost 5 euro. It can't cost 50 cents. It has to be far less. So it has to come down to the level of barcodes that are in use today. And that is what we are trying to do with this Tag It Smart project. So we want to use printed technology so that really the cost is reduced to the lowest level possible. And
daj da otpevam nešto. Zapiši novi broj, ako bude bilo potrebno, kad si unutra, ako treba...
Additional people from somewhere on the beach?
Zato što, mislim, ne sad.
So there are two main components for the project. One is functional link, which... Can you kill this sound wherever it comes from?
Mislim da je generalno, mislim da je loša organizacija. Da, je li došao bio jutro s nekim...
Okay. Outside. Okay, somebody is out with the microphone. Okay. So the functional ink is it's ink that you can put in the printer and print something. But the interesting thing about that type of ink is that it can react to different environmental contexts, environmental parameters. So you can have functional ink that reacts on temperature, it reacts on humidity, on time lapse, or UV lighting, depending on what type of ink you use. And if you print a QR code with such ink, you are suddenly getting a temperature sensor, a humidity sensor, a light sensor, a time sensor. And if you can combine these different types of inks when printing one QR code, then you can get 3 or 4 different types of sensors in one QR code. And that should cost only, I don't know, a few cents, as much as it costs to print a QR code. And if you combine that with printed NFCs, then you can also provide to give some unique identity to the actual bottles. So then you are not talking about a bottle of water, but you are talking about that particular bottle of water, that particular can of Coke. And then you can relate and build services on top of that. For this, all of this to work, we envisage that we'll have a smartphone application, and that will actually use consumers, since we are building a IoT for mass market. And all these products are sold all over the world in the shops. So there are all of us actually buying these products. And if everyone of us has a smartphone application, as we have, well, we have a smartphone, we don't have that particular smartphone application yet, and we can scan these products. And if we can share the information that we scanned with all the people or all the organizations in this value chain, then we are getting this sort of a crowdsourced readers for those sensors. Of course, nobody will just scan it for the sake of scanning it and helping Univer Export or Ocean or anybody else. So we have to provide some incentives. There has to be something of some value given to these consumers, to all of us, so that every time we scan a bottle of water, we get information that is useful for us. And by scanning it, then we share it also with everybody else. So that's the general idea of the project. There are a number of different use cases that we were discussing. And most of these, or pretty much all of the use cases, are covering the complete value chain. So from the manufacturing all the way to the recycling bin. And in different parts, in different periods of lifetime of these of the products, different stakeholders are interested to get information about what's happening with the product, how it is used, who is using it. And that's what we are trying to achieve with the project. So there are a number of different problems that we still have to figure out. One of the first ones is how can we print one QR code by mixing 4 different inks. I can show, if you come during lunchtime, there in front of the, well, where the stands are, I can show you how these QR codes look like, how it can be, so they're printed with a normal ink combined with the temperature ink. So by adding this just a normal QR code to a hot water, some parts of QR code will disappear, and you will get basically a different QR code. So in one QR code you have 2, because you can just remove some of the bits and pieces out of the code. So that's the general idea. And here we have Bojan, and I will start with you. Okay, these are my slides. We can just go to Bojan slides. I think I covered my slides already. So one of the first use cases that we discussed in the project is the cold chain supply. And yes, cold chain supply today, it exists, but it's monitored on the box level, on pallet level. And our idea is now to actually put this monitoring down to the item level, to a package of meat, not pallet of boxes of meat, just individual packages of meat. But Bojan can give more information. Maybe, I don't know. I think it's, okay.
Of FMCG sector, retail sector. I'm working for Univer Export for more than 13 years. And targets, by using target smart codes made by special inks, and with special inks, it's sensitive with the temperature, humidity, and time flow. And putting that smart code on some unit, individual unit, we get a smart unit of smart goods that carry a unique information. So in the time of mass production, this is the way to have unique product. And we think this is a very, very good thing. Our use case is called full control of cold supply chain and conditional based price, or dynamic priced. Univer Export already worked with some projects like digital signage, face recognitions, and the last one was virtual shops with partners like Coca-Cola, Beiersdorf, and Henkel. Now, Univer Export have a small part in this smart target project with 15 other partners, supported by the European Commission. And our idea was to have ability to check time elapsed from the moment the product is packaged, the conditions under which it's stored and transported to the shelves, and to provide some additional information to our customers. Information like price, like how to recycle the package, and some other information depends on the elapsed time during the during the whole process. Our use case will handle with fresh meat, and if you put, I will be very concrete, and in this case, if you put smart tag on our tray with fresh meat, we'll be able to have item level tracking. Also, we could monitor product condition during the time, and we will try to ensure consumer engagement. Also, one of the most important things, we will be able to have SKU level pricing policy. Right now, it's not really possible because we manage prices on barcode level. Even if we have digital labels or digital prices, it's not possible to manage price on SKU level. And that's one of the best benefits of this project. Also, we will be able to have behavior analysis of our consumers, and to work on life cycle management. We indicate four main stakeholders for this project. I will start with the third one. That's the consumer. By simply scanning of barcode or the QR code or smart code on the product, getting some information like origin of meat, time of packaging, transport condition, and also price of that product. This is very important because if the fresh meat is 5 days near to end of expiry date, the consumer going to get normal price. But if the expiry date is for the 2 days, the consumer going to get discount on our price of, for example, 10%. It's very important from point of view of retailers, because now we spend a lot of time and a lot of money to change the price on daily basis. So this is going to give us opportunity to reduce our costs and to work on to be more cost effective. Second stakeholders is manufacturer. For the manufacturers, it's very important to control the whole chain, and to know in every moment what's happened with the goods during the transport. Now it's case that most of them have a lot of tools to measure, for example, temperature during the cold chain supply chain. But after they deliver the goods to the stores, they don't have any idea what's happened next. So this will provide them the full control to the whole cold supply chain. For the retailers, as I already said, we have a lot of benefits. We're looking on this like some kind of very good organized loyalty program, because we are collecting data from the application when they scan and buy some goods, and we can trace the movement of goods through the whole chain, not both physically and by the price. I think so. Collecting data, control the whole supply chain, and dynamic price are main benefits for the retailer and also for the consumer. Consumer have control on all informations they need. So we build a mutual trust between consumers on one side and manufacturers and retailers on other side. And on the end, fourth stakeholders is local community, and local community can receive some information about waste, about manner of recycle packaging of this kind of goods. for all these stakeholders, we think that we strongly believe that this is a really win-win situation, that every one of them have a lot of benefits. And we recognize some possible partners, and they are present today here on the conference. For example, production of fresh fruits and vegetables, production of ice creams, catering, protect original brands and products, monitoring cross-border sales, FMCG retail sector, pharmacy. Pharmacy can take a big part and big benefits from this project, and of course, logistics company. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Just have a seat. And now we have Pierre Bank from French Association of Retailers.
Yeah.
What's happening in France?
You hear me? Okay. Maybe my slides? Yeah. Hello, everybody. I'm Pierre Blanc. I work for PICOM. PICOM is a French retail innovation cluster. And our job is to connect technological companies, research labs, and companies in the retail industry to promote innovation. And for this, we have different levels. First one is processes for developing and deploying this innovative project. We also created a resource center. We call it Shopping Innovation Lab, and you can find in this place different bricks, technological bricks, software and hardware. Some are related to the shop, some are related to the home, and then you can develop very quickly and and with robustness new innovation projects. You can find also in this place 3D virtual environment where you can recreate any shopping contact. We also manage every year different calls to promote proof of concepts and prototypes for the connected commerce. And we also have expertise in social sciences and humanities with people who can deliver insights in the future trends in retail. So we are also involved in the Target Smart project to develop a new use case around home services. And what I will discuss with you today is not the use case in itself, but the reasons why we were about to develop this use case. The first, and why? Because there will be new type of actions, new roles and new models that Internet of Things is about to enable. The first scope is about the store. As it was done in online for many years, Internet of Things in the store brings the opportunity to develop new type of sensors that can enable retailers or other stakeholders to manage new type of information inside the store. Some information are about traffic counting, presence detection, geolocation, or measure of interest of behavior of a customer inside the shop itself. And when you have this kind of information, you can develop more efficient customer interaction or new type of dashboards about activity or performance of a store itself. And in the case, the retailer manages or operates this kind of information, then he has new levers to boost its sales. Because you know, the decision for purchase, in many cases, is made on the spot in the store. So if you have real-time interaction with the customer, you have better efficiency on the decision of purchase. And the second interest for this information is the ability for the retailer to create new type of dashboards. And these dashboards are very interesting when he has to negotiate with a manufacturer. because it can prove the efficiency of commercial operations or merchandising, and if these are different features it can sell to a manufacturer. On the opposite, if a manufacturer operates these sensors and these informations, then the power balance shifts to the manufacturer. And then the manufacturer could have the ability to interact directly with a customer, and then it introduces disintermediation with a retailer. And the shop, in this case, is just now a warehouse. And the retailer has a role much lower in the interaction. And in the case the manufacturer owns the dashboards, then his power in the negotiation is much higher too. But this is the less disruptive use of IoT. I think the most interesting field where IoT can be used is in the day life of a customer. And in this day life of a customer, you can also have many new type of sensor that can be used for creating new commercial models. And in this case, these different type of sensors, some are related to the product, some are related to the appliances, some are related to the customer itself who bear wearables. Then this type of sensors can bring new type of information. The first one is the customer context. You know, this kind of commercial models are about to shift from a mass market of product to mass customization services. And to do this, you need to better know the context of a customer. Other types of information are about the use of a product or the consumption habits. And then much important too, because it can introduce new proactive commercial models. It's about the ability to measure or to evaluate the needs of a customer. And if you have this information, you can develop new type of services that can be served by different type of service providers on a very large scope. When you have this information, you can have very new business opportunities. It's very difficult to measure the turnover increase of these new opportunities. At Picum, we only imagine that in the 5 or 10 years to come, the increase of turnover could be around 10 or 15%. And new type of stakeholders, new type of competitors will try to take some part of this cake. That can be retailers for sure, but also manufacturer can try to investigate this new business, but there can be also some other stakeholders from like insurance company, like banks, like telecom operators, like transport operators that could be interested in developing new services. Because when a customer has one need, most of the time the answer to this need is not only on retail. You can have answer in, imagine the customer has a need around healthy living. You can bring him some type of answers coming from the food industry, some other one coming from fitness, other one coming from health. So it's important to have stakeholders from different scopes to bring this global answer. The most important question, I think, is who is the single entry point to this world of services. I think it will be very difficult to the customer to manage each service provider differently. It's not possible for him because the scope of his needs is very large, So it's more interesting for him to have a single entry point on certain scope. And this single entry point is the one that will manage the business. And to manage the business, I think there are several conditions. The first one is to have created trust with the customer in order to access information. All those type of informations I just presented just before. And to have created this trust, maybe we have to develop new type of tools in order to enable the customer to define very precisely what kind of information he has to put to what stakeholder for what use and for what time. The second condition can be the capacity of this system integrator, I call him a butler, is to create an ecosystem of service providers and to create and to manage this ecosystem. The third condition is to have created many partnerships with different stakeholders. If you want to have a global answer to a global need, most of the time, one stakeholder itself can bring himself the entire answer. So we have to partner with some of us and be there, the single entry point, as I said. And maybe the last one, the last condition, is to be able to develop new business models, like subscription, like per use, like pay as you are, like pay as you drive, and so on. So these are the conditions to develop this new type of role of business model. But I think there can be also a threat for the different stakeholders. You can find some technological companies, some pure players who want to be at the same time the platform operator, the ecosystem manager, and the butler. And if some can do this, there will be at different steps in the business, and then any other service provider won't have the lead anything, and he will be obliged to follow the rules that will be dictated by this type of integrator. So thank you so much for listening to me, and I wait for your questions.
Okay. Thanks, Pierre. I think, Emil, this gives some answers to where the money is, because if we have now end users and looking for how to create new interaction with the consumers, that's one of the possible approaches. We have Robert Meyer from, now we have this Serbian, have a European view, now we have a Brazilian view on retail and what we can do to improve retail, how to use IoT there.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me here. I'd like to apologize, my throat is not in very well condition. What I like to offer here is a slightly different perspective regarding the development of the applications we need in order to put IoT into mainstream. This has been questioned many times after various speakers here, and I think this has been shown many times, and even at the beginning of the event it was said IoT is not a revolution, but it's just an evolution. And if it is so, I think it is wrong that we consider counting how many IoT developers we have. Every developer should be an IoT developer. Only then we will be able to bring IoT into mainstream. And developing applications is a very broad scenario. I'm an entrepreneur in the software area for various decades in Brazil, and we started studying some real-world problems I'd like to share with you. Some of them are very similar to others which have been shown here before we go into the detail here. So, for example, this is a very common problem when you are going with your car to meet someone where there's a parking lot at the hotel, the airport. You normally go texting or sending WhatsApp messages while you are driving. But you have a system which can read the plate at the entrance. So if you know the plate of my car, you can know when I am arriving. And this is the same problem when you consider, for example, what was said about GE or Rolls-Royce airplane engines. Surgeon's child would be very happy to see in real time if those engines are okay while their father is flying on them. Okay? But the problem we have here when we think about developing software is all these are facilities which have not been planned for when the original mission critical system has been in place. Another example, here you could replace banking by any corporation. Users want to engage with corporations using many channels. The banking example is the most well-known, that's why we chose it for the pictures. But the fact is, if a user interacts with any company through various channels, then the information about his interaction cannot be stored on any of these channels. It has to be stored somewhere different, and it's also not a problem of the bank's back-end server to know which are the preferred operations of a customer. It could be a bank, it could be a retail store, it could be any kind of organization. Sorry. Another example, based on rain sensors. We could just have these lamp umbrellas, which open when it starts to rain. This is a local IoT application. But there are many other applications for, so for example, we want people to see on their mobile phones, on website, meteorological conditions inside the city. At the same time, we want that the information about rain should be gathered automatically inside Waze, so that we do not have to say to Waze, here it is raining, if the city is smart. And at the same time, if the city has a bus system which is remotely controlled, then we want to assure that when a bus enters a part of the city where it's raining heavily, then the bus should speed down in a couple of seconds to avoid accidents. Okay? These requirements are very different one from another. Okay? So the same problem happens, which has been said here many times regarding silos. And the problem here is that what Gartner has promoted as the API economy, which should be open corporations in similarity with open governments, is still not in place. And the reason is just the cost of development. Okay? So the requirements we have collected are just to give you some examples. First of all, when we combine IoT with the hypercloud, we have this problem that connections are not available all the time. We have gadgets which are battery-based and just go off, so they disappear in the middle of transactions. Another problem is that solutions which most multinational companies say have to be developed locally are coming every time globally. These examples which have been shown here in Serbia relating processing of meat could be applied anywhere in the world. That's not a Serbian problem, that's a MIT problem. Okay? So internationalization, which is a problem, let's say, Microsoft has solved decades ago, now is in the hand of many other developers. Okay? Another problem which has been touched here more than once is regarding updating software. If we have this many software spread out over many, many places, then we need to have a controlled way of upgrading. You may remember that when Microsoft bought Skype, on their first upgrade, Skype went down because everybody was updating at the same time. But that's not just that. If you look, for example, at the lean methodology, which is used by many startups, it is recommended that you have various versions of your software in place to experiment, but you have to guide your users from one to the other. Okay? Another problem is the billing system. We have to charge, and we have cases where a corporation will sponsor everything, and we have cases where we have to charge half a cent. So this has also another aspect is security. We have to, this has been said by the people from the object management group very strongly. We need security on the front end, on the back end, and for each individual transaction. Okay? Why? Because if we want to connect mission-critical enterprise systems, then we need to have the auditability capability. It's not just enough to promise that the bus will speed down when it rains. We have to prove to the customer, the city major, that it really went down. Okay? And that has to be done by our software. The problem of hacking has been cited many times. But in fact, it's not just coming in when you are not invited to the system. Even if you are authorized to come in, there should be restrictions on how often you come in. Okay? I'm just finishing. Okay? And the final requirement is we have to help developers. This is a very complex environment, so we need tools for them. Okay? Just 3 slides. So what we have developed in this scenario is that to solve this complexity for developers, we need a middleware which interacts as a gateway and also is based on a slightly modified definition of transaction. The traditional relational database transaction management systems are based on commit and rollback. But if the program is just not running because battery is out of power, then we have pending transactions somewhere which will be carrying servers indefinitely. Okay? So we have changed this process to when you start a transaction to define the maximum time it could be necessary to process. If the time goes over and commit does not come in, then the server is authorized to roll back automatically. Okay? And all of this we've been working over the last years is now available as a software developed as a middleware server in beta. Okay? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. So we have some more minutes to some of the questions. I don't know if there are any questions from your side. So we have here people from end user community, which is not that often in technology-oriented conferences, with some real stories, real problems that they want to solve. So are there any particular questions? Yeah, Georgios. Oh, we are happy to have you. You always have a question, which is great.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a question regarding the share of data that was mentioned previously in the previous panel. I think this as already mentioned, and I also believe in that, could be a driver for new business models. And since you, as a retailer representative, you are very close to the customers. So, and of course, I mean, in order to share the data, someone owns the data. So sometimes the customer owns the data, sometimes the retailer wants the data. So what are the challenges and barriers, or from the point of view of customers and from the point of view of retailers, to open the data, to share the data? And what kind of solutions could be solved if there are any challenges, any barriers on that?
For the first part of your question, you ask who owns the data. I think only the customer owns the data. Some retailers think they own the data, but I think if they want to create trust with the customer, I think it's a principle. They must have in mind only the customer owns the data, and they have to bring the tools to enable him to say directly what data he wants to give to whom, for what purpose. And I asked once, I just developed an innovation project a few years ago about a recommendation engine. A recommendation engine is quite, the privacy is very important for developing a recommendation engine. And before the project, I asked a researcher to give light to the consortium on what will be the real place where we could put the project between the interests of a customer, the interests of the retailer, and the interests of the regulator. And the answer was impossible to treat, because most of the consumers have very different positions on this. Some say we'll never give information to any retailers. Some say it doesn't matter. You can use it if you bring me enough service. So it was very difficult to have a relevant answer to this thing. And what I thought is that it was very important to create a very flexible tool in order to enable all kind of customers to determine very accurately what kind of information they want to give. I'm sorry, it's not really an answer, but there is so much large scope of interest of the customer, so that we can have an answer through the tool itself.
What are the best cases? Do you have best cases of that?
Oh, we don't have, for the moment, created these tools, because it's a question of, I think, ergonomy. If you want to say precisely, I want to give information on this type of product for this time. Imagine you want to make a gift to your children. You can say before Christmas, only in November, I will have some information or some promotions about some type of sport good for children. You can do this once, but you can't do this for any member of your family and any type of goods you have to purchase in the year to come. It's not possible. So I think it's a very important issue we have to solve to enable, to empower the customer with this new kind of tools.
Okay. Thanks, Pierre. Do you have any further questions from the audience? If not, I have a question for Bojan maybe. So you mentioned this cold supply chain and the meat, but I know that we were discussing also during the project that there are also some other applications, use cases that are of interest for Univer Export, but also for some of the other industries in Serbia, the people that you spoke here. So can you just give a few hints there?
Yes, we spoke about that, and we invite some of our partners, like ice cream producers, breweries, some representatives of breweries, because of that they are not able to track the whole time what is going on with supply chain. And the main question is, our supply chain is compromised or not? But for them, they give us that kind of information. For them, it's also important when is compromised, especially for example, ice cream industry. So all of them show us a lot of they're interested for this project.
Okay, thanks. One maybe important thing, especially for the end users or people who would like to use some of these technologies that I spoke about, is printed QRs with a functional ink, context-sensitive or environment-sensitive inks. We'll have those open calls as most of the other Horizon 2020 projects for new partners. So either those that are technology-oriented and want to build some additional components for the actual platform, or even more interesting for the end users like Univer Export or like Ocean and the other companies who wants to use the technology in their particular use cases. And that will be open early next year, and I do encourage people to try to contact us and see how we can work together. I know that we have also some people here from Consortium. I don't know, Brian, do you have any comments there from your perspective? Sorry for putting you here on the spot. But
hi, Pierre. Yes. So one question from me would be, you talk about one stakeholder owning the position of running the butler type service, because you say it will be too confusing, and I agree with you, for a consumer to have to interact with a multiplicity of services. So out of all the stakeholders, who do you see owning that position and why?
So the last part of the question?
Who do you see owning that position of being the intermediary for the butler services, and why would you see that stakeholder as being the one primarily likely to own that position?
As I said, for the moment, it's difficult to say who can be the butler. That's why I just mentioned several conditions to be addressed to reach this position. You know, I can take some examples. If you see Amazon right now Amazon has developed the dash button. When you're at home, you can push a button and then to reorder some products. He has one finger in home. He has developed embedded dash. Some fridge from Whirlpool, some other equipments from other manufacturers have just embedded this technology. So once the appliance detects a shortage, it can directly reorder to Amazon. Amazon has also developed Alexa. It's an artificial intelligence system you can have at home, and you can ask vocally Alexa to do anything, reorder, but also ask any service on the internet to give you the answer. So you can see Amazon has put different fingers in home, and then it will be placed as one type of butler. It will manage the platform, it will manage the ecosystem, and then it can be the only entry point to this. You can find also Samsung. Samsung has developed its own platform called Sami, and then for the moment it is about to connect all the equipment Samsung is selling, but in the years to come also, I think Samsung will develop and manage many services too. And for the moment, they don't have any business model, as if I know correctly, but I think they will develop special business units to manage this new kind of business in the years to come. Yeah.
Thanks, Pierre. Okay, so we have time for one final question, as Emil would say, a short one, quick one. Okay. If not, then thanks to the panelists. Okay, and I think, so before lunch, we still have our friends from the European Commission. I think that technology is working now, is it? So we should have Peter Fries. Peter Fries is with the European Commission. He's working in the IoT domain for a long time, and he is supposed to present the outcomes, quick story about what has been done in the program between EU and China. White paper. It has been just basically published today officially, and I was shown that it's working a minute ago. Is it? I don't know, now I can only sing or dance, but then you will be running out immediately. Okay, it seems that despite all the IoT and the technology that we are talking about, we can't establish properly a conference session and put it on the speakers. Okay. Huh? Okay. Hello, Peter. Hello. Oh, finally, great. Sorry for all the trouble. I almost started here singing and dancing to keep the time, but I give you floor, Peter.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon from Brussels, European Commission. My name is Peter Fries. I'm Senior Program Officer in things. I thank very much the conference organizers of the IoT Week in Belgrade this year. Unfortunately, I have not been able to come to the place because we have very important evaluations here, and we have to run the show in Brussels. I just follow a little bit the conference. I think we have very interesting sessions, and when I'm talking to sessions and organizers, I was just wondering if today was the opportunity for briefly announcing the publication of the EU China IoT white paper, right? So basically, I think Chetan and the team will help you to provide the paper. It's a very nice, concise paper about Internet of Things in both Europe and China. It has been established as a collaborative work, and it shows very much the importance, but also the details of IoT development in China and in Europe. And I think it will certainly be helpful for you, the conference participants, and of course, the more that if there are any questions, I can reply to. So basically, I don't want to show you again slides. I think you've seen many, many slides. I will just summarize briefly this paper, and then, of course, I'm open for questions and further discussion. What is interesting that both EU and China have taken the IoT as a very serious topic for more than 6 to 7 years. And 5 years ago, we established a joint cooperation group, the IoT advisory group, to just bring forward and identify the cooperation IoT between China and EU, both very big and very complex regions. I think what we can see so far is that after 5 years of collaboration, we wanted to summarize our results and bring up a small state-of-the-art document. If you have a look, you can see that IoT is high on the political agenda. Sometimes there's no direct program, but it's very important. And hot topics, if you want for the time being, are certainly issues around industrial IoT, smart cities, transportation, and e-health and assistant living, right? So I think what we identified are common challenges is, I think challenge number 1 is interoperability. If you want that the IoT works, the sensors, the actuators, the systems have to be interoperable. And I think both for the way you would like to manipulate sensors and actuators, but also for the data transfer. I think it's very much important. And linked to this, I think standardization today is a key activity in Europe, but also if you think about Europe and China and worldwide. So I think we think for us, number 1 is interoperability, and standardization is top priorities for collaboration. I think not to be forgotten is IoT is still relatively young in terms of what can be done. So there is a look and a quest for business models. And I think the more we learn of IoT for the moment, the more we are interested, but also can bring back, like we were just today discussing, potential business models, right? And those business models, I think, also should or could try to balance, of course, aspects of security, privacy, but also innovation, and of course, and new services based on much higher quantity of available data. I think not to be forgotten is certainly technical integration. I think the IoT is not alone. We have aspects of cloud, we have connectivity, problem intelligence you might use later on in future 5G. It has to be connected with data analytics. We're talking about more sophisticated interfaces and maybe even aspects of artificial intelligence, which means technical integration is, besides interoperability, a key point we identify for our cooperation for the future of IoT. What we want to do is, if you look forward to the cooperation between EU and China, to have a look on a few strategic IoT application areas. For the time being, we have mainly identified 4, which are connected autonomous vehicles, e-health, and linked to it certainly assisted living, smart cities, and smart agriculture. I think that's a first starting point, but we really identified that in both regions, regardless the advancement, the political situation, the size of market, quantity of users, those subjects are really important, and there we would like to cooperate in the near future, means this year and next year. So besides that, I think more and more there's a wish on both sides to deepen a policy cooperation if in terms of scientific research and innovation. I think we feel there's still a lot to be done in future applied IoT research and subsequent innovation integration. The technical cooperation, as said, is very much linked to the 4 pilot areas. We are going to finance through the European Commission Internet of Things large-scale pilots. There's a similar there are similar initiatives in China, sometimes called mega projects. We really want to bundle and bring them together, that at the same time we benefit, but also we increase strategically the outreach of European IoT projects. And last but not least, we really would like to drive forward standardization. We are very active in Europe. We have the Internet of Things Alliance, where it's a dedicated work group for standardization. And we want potentially provide platforms for in-depth market cooperation, which means we would maybe support our projects for going more often to China, and we would support common events where market leaders on both sides, IoT, can meet. What is certainly interesting, often I realize that there is a different approach to IoT in China. There's maybe much more technology push, but often more also. In China, the offering for IoT is coming from the service perspective. Whereas more I think in Europe, we are still coming more from the sensors, the devices, and maybe the aspects of efficiency, of better control. In China, that's similar, but if, for example, if you have a look on cars, directly the first point is what are services we can provide based on Internet of Things. Which means I think we can only benefit and gain if we deepen cooperation with China and other countries as well, but China on the Internet of Things. And I would like to invite you to be part of this bigger endeavor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Thanks a lot. Okay, are there any critical questions at this stage for Peter? The white paper, it's now publicly available. Is it? We can distribute it, or the links actually.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah. So I guess, Sergeant, we will have a news item, but if you also on the conference website have a possibility to provide a link, that would be very helpful.
Okay. Yeah. We will do that. Okay. And yet, okay. Here have a Georgios Karagiannis. How are you?
Okay.
Hello, Peter. It's Georgios here. Georgios Karagiannis.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a question regarding the cooperation that you mentioned. So regarding standardization, I know there are many steps on working on that. But you also mentioned the cooperation between large-scale pilots that are actually supported by the European Commission and mega projects that are supported by China. What kind of steps, what kind of strategy and planning will be followed for that?
Okay. So, two interesting questions. I think on the standardization, we are continuing pushing European activity. Nevertheless, this joint working group between EU and China, which is not limited only to a few people, is working on a standardization white paper where we like to identify what might be, I would say, common strategically interesting standards. China is very complex on standards at its own, but sometimes beyond all discussion, there is a need for common identified standards. This we want to try. In terms of the large-scale pilots, we are going to support through Horizon 2020 will start in January 2017, most likely. What we would like to do is that we will also have a support action between Europe and China, and this support action is basically facilitating twinning. So twinning would mean that both sides identify relevant partners, and that then further on the support action helps to establish more cooperation. I expect that if projects are both large in China and in Europe, there might also be a little bit of budget available that basically those projects could more cooperate. I think in terms of large-scale pilots, we can certainly learn what are the technical architectures and technical approaches or choices in those regions. But I think we can also learn how these large-scale pilots are brought to the end user, which means what is going to be done, that it's used, it's accepted, and that it's not playing a small pilot but growing. So I think both from the end user perspective and the technology choice, my wish would be that we could learn and ultimately also provide European competence.
Okay. Thanks, Peter. Okay, so before we break for lunch, I just have a final quick question for you. How are the evaluations of LSP going?
Excuse me?
I said a quick question. How is the evaluation of LSP project going?
How the evaluation is doing? So, of course, you know that I cannot say anything about it because it's an interesting exercise. We try to be as precise and as perfect as possible. I think what is interesting, we really try to find all relevant experts, both from the IoT side and both from the use cases, that you really can very well evaluate the project and give the appropriate scores. And I think in this case, I would think there's a very good teamwork here between European experts and the Commission, and we're looking forward to select very good pilots. So sorry for not being able, of course, to say more, but I think it would not expect that I can say more details. But I would just say, I really feel sorry that I cannot join the IoT week, which I have been for quite many times. I trust that it had a good, I would say, happening and a good exchange down there. And I'm looking forward to joining you as soon as possible again. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Thanks a lot for joining. And thanks, guys, for listening here. And now we have a lunch break. Thanks, Peter, once again.
Okay. Thank you.